Patriots. I'm a Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. EBS alert imminent for global lockdown as Trump's global military alliance begins mass arrests. Deep state global elite Ninth Circle satanic cult still actively performing child sacrifices across the world. And a quote from an anon: I am only one person, but can do something to help the children. I know that any little act of kindness and love will make a difference. Judy note: now 12 years later, the Earth Alliance and Trump's global military alliance was at last taking down the Ninth Circle satanic cult run by the Vatican, UK royalty, and our own US Inc. Very soon, the Earth Alliance under President Trump's global military alliance will sound 7 trumpets over the emergency broadcast system to every cell phone, TV, radio, and internet device on the planet. The trumpet signal will be followed by a broadcast, an unfiltered message from the Earth Alliance, led by Trump and key military leaders. They will be announcing that corrupt governments around the world, governments were being taken down, and everyone will be in a state of martial law until fair and transparent elections can be held in each country. They will talk about their mass arrests of Satan-worshipping treasonous political and global elites, including most of Congress. The EBS alert will be initiated globally, but activated in phases. Depending on where you are, you may receive the alert slightly earlier or later than others, but it is coming. The goal of the phased rollout is to prevent the deep state from reacting too quickly to catch them off guard. By the time the full alert has hit every device on the planet, the Earth Alliance already will be executing the next stages of their plan. An EBS message will announce Nasara Jasara, debt release for all peoples of the world, in the new gold asset-backed, worldwide quantum financial system that is taking control of deep state fiat global banking. This cabal's swift system has been stealing U.S. taxpayer monies since 1913. All of which President Trump intended to reimburse the people. The military will also announce that it would be wise to have food, cash, and necessities on hand for at least 10 days while mass arrests across the globe were going on. For public safety, planes, trains, internet, banks, and ATMs will be closed across the globe, while credit debit cards will not work for 3 days of darkness and 10 days of disclosure. In 3 days of darkness, satanic worship sites across the world will be destroyed by cyber attacks. In 10 days of disclosure, everyone will be asked to be at a location of their choice for a 5-hour period each day. During that time, over TV, radio, and internet, a website on a single web channel will broadcast in 22 languages in 77 countries. Documentaries about what, when, where, who, why, and how everything was going on. Global currency reset, Thursday, April 23rd. Bruce, the big call. Notifications for Tier 4B to receive exchange appointments could happen over the weekend, with exchanges starting by Tuesday, April 28th. Friday, April 24th, attention, crucial announcement. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. The Tier 4B Internet group is officially active. This is the beginning of a new era. The revolutionary ideas and the concept of Nasara are taking the final form of execution and implementation. It is our great honor to announce the launch of the Tier 4B Internet Group. Saturday, April 25th, 2026. Iraq will make the new dinar rate public as ordered by Trump and according to a high-up source. Sunday, April 26, 2026, QFS set to become fully operational with intense military operations against Satan-worshipping elites. Monday, April 27th should be a go for Tier 4B, according to a high-up source. It was rumored that the Chinese elders who were backing the global currency reset with their gold had bought all the cabal's central banks across the world. Those banks had long been bankrupt and running on fiat monies that their leader, US Inc., printed at their convenience. Those international banks were now merging with the QFS and taking a different role. They would no longer have access to individual bank accounts. All banks were converting to XRP Ripple, digital gold asset-backed currency. Friday, April 24th, high-level banking insiders report that Tier 4B notifications are already being prepared for release within hours. The system is moving at an unprecedented speed, with historic transactions now confirmed in Hong Kong, London, and Dubai. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. The full-scale transition to the gold-backed financial system is now irreversible. Global markets in panic mode. The old fiat system is collapsing in real time. Multiple major banks are seeing liquidity shortages as large transfers are being redirected into the new system. Sources from inside the IMF confirm urgent, behind closed-door meetings. They know their control is slipping. The end of the central banking cabal is unfolding before our eyes. Bank screens light up with final rates. IQD, $8.73 confirmed live on European trading platforms. VND, $5.12 holding but expected to surge post-announcement. ZIM and other currencies, final adjustments in process. Paymasters report full releases. Private transaction platforms in Reno and Zurich have received direct confirmations that Tier 1 and Tier 2 payouts are finalized. Tier 3 and Tier 4B are next. If you're part of the private groups, get ready now. Military movements confirmed. Securing the transition. Intel sources confirm heightened security around key financial hubs. Private security details have been activated in Reno, Zurich, and Dubai. Special ops teams are ensuring that no foreign interference disrupts this monumental shift in global power. The final phase is underway. This is not a test. The pieces are falling into place faster than anticipated. The old world is crumbling and the new financial era is about to rise from the ashes. 12 to 24 hours remain. Stay alert, stay ready. Your final instructions will be sent shortly. The financial reset is now unstoppable. Watch your inbox. This is it. Friday, April 24th, Tier 4B mass notifications to set exchange appointments inbound. Nasara Dasara connected on Telegram. Private channels are already reporting confirmations from multiple Tier 4B exchanges. Military logistics teams are in full deployment mode. Movement across Reno, Zurich, and key sovereign hubs has intensified since 0300 Zulu. The new gold-backed U.S. note is quietly live, not on public display, but mirrored in cross-border platforms used by institutional traders. This isn't speculation, it's alignment. RippleNet, Stellar, Rails, and the Quantum Ledger interface are syncing in real time. QFS ping rate, stable at 0.00004. That's confirmation of system-wide balance. Nothing is fluctuating anymore. No delays, no reversals. We're past testing. This is it. Redemption centers are in silent mode but active. Codes have been seeded. Those who've been prepared will know what to do. Rates are locked. Liquidity is positioned. Military protection remains in place across all nodes. The reset is no longer a plan. It's happening. Stay ready. Eyes open. No mistakes now. The White Hat military was in control of the foreign currency exchange bond redemption process and has already released funds for a global currency reset across the world. Those GCR funds come directly from the U.S. Treasury Department of Defense operations and go out to Treasury departments in other countries. All banks have signed non-disclosure agreements. There will be an internet blackout. Friday, April 24th, 2026. The Obama files are worse than we thought. MAGA Intel Hub on Telegram. His lawyers didn't show up to negotiate. They showed up to beg. Here's what Bondi's team found inside the Tehran servers under Obama's codename Renegade. 14 wire transfers to a Swiss account linked to Hezbollah between 2014 to 2016. Total, $1.7 billion. The same $1.7 billion he told Congress was frozen Iranian assets. A signed directive authorizing the CIA to stand down during the Benghazi attack. Not typed, handwritten. Communications with Epstein's handler, dated March 2015, discussing the island arrangement and the Chicago package. A back channel to Tehran through Valerie Jarrett, active from 2012 to 2024. Yes, 2024, 2 years after he left office. He didn't just betray America, he was running a shadow government from his basement in D.C. while pretending to be retired. His lawyers are now offering full cooperation in exchange for immunity. Trump said no deals, no mercy, no escape. The man who divided America for 8 years is about to face America he tried to destroy, and she's awake. Friday, April 24th, Congressman says UFO scientist mysteriously found dead was hit with a directed energy weapon by Deep State. Gitmo TV on Telegram. Eskridge was a 34-year-old aerospace researcher. She committed suicide in 2022 after being deeply involved in developing anti-gravity technology, work she publicly said led to threats and sabotage against her. Amy Eskridge was clearly distraught. She was telegraphing to friends and family that she was being harassed. She engaged the services of a former British intelligence officer who was investigating the harassment or the strange things that were happening to her. They were able to determine that she was a victim of what others call the Havana syndrome, which we now know is the result of a directed energy type weapon using microwave energy. This is well documented. There have been 11 missing or dead scientists, I think it's up to 15 now, who were connected to sensitive U.S. nuclear and aerospace research in recent years. This can't be a coincidence. Congress needs to get to the bottom of this and reveal the truth. Friday, April 24th. If you're wondering how our elections in America are always so close, like how Democrats pulled ahead in Virginia's redistricting within a few percentage points, this is how. JFK Secrets on Telegram. Former CIA operations officer Gary Bernstein explains there are teams of people who rig our elections and keep the vote totals extremely close by slim margins, so it's believable and hard to prove fraud. I always wondered why whenever there's an election that between the Democrat and the Republican, it's like super close. I always find that strange. Now I know why. It's orchestrated. Laura Logan interviews former CIA operations officer Gary Bernstein. He explains in detail how elections are being stolen in America. He describes there are teams of statisticians, mathematicians, and hackers who map out every county and identify where margins can be quietly adjusted. Different techniques are used in each location, so nothing matches in a recount. When a 70 to 30 county becomes 68 to 32, nobody notices. But when you add up these differences across an entire state, those tiny amounts of fraud decide outcomes. Both former CIA operations officer Gary Bernstein and author Ralph Pizzullo explain the strategy. They explain they don't flip the big blue cities. Instead, they shave votes in the places no one ever audits. They plan this. It's meticulous. These guys are experts at this. It's not just a few guys in a back room. You're talking about hundreds of statisticians and engineers, and they work it, for a year to plan, and mathematicians and hackers. It's unbelievable. They're professional cheaters. We had a map of Colorado when we were talking to our engineers, the guys that designed it, that stole the elections. We just go to every one place where Trump wins 70 to 30 and shaved it off. We shave in every other place. We don't go near a Democratic place because when they want to do recounts, they're going to go to the Democratic places. They don't realize we shaved in every other committee. We know every other county. We know how to do this. And then in each of those things where they shave with a different technique in each one of those. So if you found something in one county, there's no continuity around the state that way. So this is why the Republicans are so much at fault, because they have the power and the ability to show in their areas they can allow access to the machines, they can allow access to the source code, but they apparently are in on it. People need to go to prison. Democrats are stealing elections nationwide in every county in every state of America. The church choir master and alleged former lover. This silencing prevented potential revelations about Obama's lifestyle. After the press conference, a smear campaign led by David Axelrod targeted Sinclair. Joe Biden and son Beau reportedly arranged his arrest to discredit him. Tragically, in March 2026, Sinclair died in a hit-and-run incident where the driver fled without a trace, raising suspicions of foul play. Specific details from Sinclair describe November 6, 2024 events. Picked up at a Gurney hotel, a call connected him to Obama. At a bar, Obama arranged cocaine. In the limousine, Obama provided the drug. Next day, Obama visited the hotel room, announced for more drug use and encounters. Unannounced for more drug use and encounters. Mia Marie Pope, an Obama classmate, claimed he obtained cocaine by sleeping with older white men. Emergency action message transmitted to all U.S. forces worldwide tonight. And this is dated yesterday, April 24th, at about 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Last night, U.S. Strategic Command transmitted a rare 21-character emergency action message, EAM, over the U.S. Military High-Frequency Global Communications System, HFGCS. The HFGCS is part of the network used to communicate with nuclear-capable bombers, subs, and missile silo crews. The messages are encrypted in such a way as to make them absolutely undecipherable. Only troops with access to pre-stored orders locked inside safes can match the codes with the appropriate orders, then open the orders, read it to them, and carry them out. So there's no way any person outside the U.S. military can ever know what any message actually means. But an emergency action message is top priority. Stop everything and do this right now. So whatever's going on, the military already has orders for it. I have a feeling it's going to be a long night and a wild weekend. I'm thinking Iran. Judy note, in the coming hours, the world as we see it will be changed forever as JFK Jr. emerges on the emergency broadcast system, alive and ready to speak, with the U.S. Army sweeping the land under Trump's command, convoys of military prisoner trucks with over 50,000 traitors en route were rolling to air bases for immediate Gitmo transfer. It's been a long time in coming. Below, find an article I wrote 12 years ago on Monday, April 14, 2014, when we were just beginning to see the extent of corruption in the world. In other news, President Trump has declared a restoration of the American Republic, where the privately owned by Satan-worshipping bankers U.S. Inc. has been dissolved, justice reborn, and common law sovereignty returned to concepts of the original, uncorrupted Constitution. The world-changing announcement was expected to be made public by President Trump on July 4th, 2026. Before that, we were expected to have a much-anticipated Black Swan event. For some time, the cabal's fiat U.S. dollar and manipulated New York stock market have been roaring toward collapse. That's when the always 10 steps ahead President Trump activated a global currency reset of 209 nations. Currencies which traded at a 1-to-1 with each other. By Monday, April 27, 2026, NASARA, National Freedom from Debt Law, and its twin-like JASARA, Global Debt Relief Law, were set to activate under Protocol 19. This meant that in an ISO monetary network realignment, the global financial system would be transitioning from the cabal's fiat currency SWIFT system to the gold asset-backed currency quantum financial system, where speed, transparency, and security reigned. When Nasara activated, debts would vanish and mortgages, credit cards, and other illegal financial burdens dissolved. The IRS dismantled. Income tax abolished. A single 14% sales tax on luxury goods replaced the chains of old taxation. It's the collapse of the controlling and corrupt old world in order for a nation to participate in the new global financial system. They cannot be at war with another country. Thus, activation of the GCR dissolves military conflicts, initiates global peace, and unlocks massive unrestricted humanitarian funds to lift all peoples out of poverty.
So much is happening in plain sight. Washington, D.C., the deep state, the cabal, are in complete and utter panic mode right now. All the evidence has been collected together, and it's time to show the world exactly what's been going on. It's not just the US that's being exposed either. It's the UK, City of London, the EU, NATO. The whole lot is falling apart, and everything is in place now for the world to know. We saw yesterday in plain sight in the Houses of Parliament, the Labour Justice Secretary, Sarah Sackman, telling Parliament that Sharia law must be accepted. That's not the will of the British people. That's the will of the paymasters, the will of the controllers. The question is, who is the paymasters? Who are the controllers? You and I know who they are, but it's time for the rest of the world to wake up to see who's pulling the strings. Things like this are happening for the benefit of the rest of the world to see what's really going on. Are you awake yet?
EBS blackout martial law lockdowns. Global martial law will be declared, ushering in an era of unprecedented control. The military will ensure that the masses get the food they need. Planes and trains will be grounded, ensuring the cabal's reach is severed. Lights and power will briefly flicker as the world transitions to Tesla-free energy. Military tribunals, confessions will be broadcast over 10 intense 8-hour sessions. Then comes the internet shutdown and 10 days of communication darkness. Thursday, April 23rd, 2026. High alert. Global EBS activation confirmed for April 24th to the 25th. Trump greenlights military operation. Worldwide alert hits elite networks exposed. The MAGA King on Telegram. Military intelligence under President Donald J. Trump has launched a major emergency broadcast system operation for Friday, April 24th and or Saturday, April 25th, 2026. Every cell phone worldwide will erupt with a loud, piercing alert tone, blasting through silent mode, forcing devices to sound and vibrate hard. This strategic move sends unfiltered truths to American citizens while the military watches and records the global elite's panicked responses. It is a key step in exposing the deep state networks and advancing the America First agenda. The alert grid was built by the deep state after the 2020 election theft. Obama holdovers in FEMA and FCC expanded it from 2021 to 2025 with tests in the US, Europe, Canada, Australia, Thailand, and elsewhere. Publicly called a system for emergencies like storms or kidnappings, it was actually a tool for future control and compliance demands. Trump seized full control, integrating it with Starlink satellites and securing it against interference from corrupt carriers. Special teams monitor facilities. The 2 days of alerts allow tracking of delays, jamming attempts, and resistance from officials tied to the elites. On April 24th, the first alerts drop across time zones, followed by more details on April 25th. The content includes documented election fraud evidence from 2020 and 2024, the transition to asset-backed money replacing the Federal Reserve scam, and instructions for protecting bank accounts. Bureaucrats and agencies losing power will be named directly, free of media spin, funded the upgrades, and pushed open borders, wage suppression, and energy policies harming workers. Elites planned digital IDs and lockdowns by the military, but the military flipped it as millions receive fax. Banks scramble media coordinates, and agents activate all logged. American families suffering high costs and job losses get the truth straight. Alerts reach factories, trucks, and homes. Military stands ready. The deep state created this weapon to control masses. President Trump now uses it to awaken patriots and expose the cabal. Sovereignty advances as the deep state crumbles in their own grid. Patriots stay strong. Thursday, April 23rd, the White Hats versus Deep State. Nassara Trump on Telegram. Inside the White Hat versus Deep State war was a very important battle for the next internet. Both the Deep State and the White Hats plan to kill the current internet. The Deep State's internet would be digitalized and internet passports. Those passports would only be for those who abided by world infection laws and those who cooperate with the rules, standards, and regulations of the cabal's online banking system. The Deep State has a plan to control the world through their own internet, where they have control over all people through banking and social networks. This new internet they wanted to launch was called the Great Reset, or restarting the internet. The White Hat's internet, which was ready to be immediately released by Tim Berners-Lee, has the most advanced security and unbreakable encrypted system ever created to serve mankind. It has AI systems that identify online pedophilia, human trafficking networks, and world money laundering systems. Incubated in the new internet's many features was its purpose of saving the world from its present corrupt status. It contained an advanced AI that eradicates homelessness and third world poverty. It's designed to end all wars and give generational healing through high technology that uses advanced systems. What we think we know as of Friday, April 24th, 2026. Thursday, April 23rd, 2026, FBI Director Kash Patel. The Southern Poverty Law Center has been indicted for raising millions to fight extremists, then secretly funding extremist leaders such as Ku Klux Klan, United Klans of America, Unite the Right, including payments as a planner leader of the 2017 Charlottesville events. American Front, National Alliance, National Socialist Movement, Aryan Nations, specifically including its affiliated Sadistic Souls Motorcycle Club, and the National Socialist Party of America, also referred to as the American. Thursday, April 23rd, 2026. Exposed. Meet the Clone, the actor and the greatest lie ever sold to America. White House on Telegram. The American people have been deceived. Patriots and independent researchers have uncovered compelling evidence that the original Joe Biden died some time ago. What the public has been presented with is a carefully crafted combination of clones, actors, and body doubles. This is the greatest political lie ever sold to the nation by the deep state cabal. Astute observers have long noticed the anomalies. The Biden seen in recent years looks, sounds, and acts differently from the Biden of a decade earlier. Facial features, ear shapes, jaw lines, voice patterns, and mannerisms show inconsistencies that suggest multiple versions being used to fool the public and advance an anti-American agenda. Deep state forces initiated a clone project. DNC operatives contacted specialized facilities in January 2025 to produce a Biden clone. The clone was rapidly matured and deployed by April 2025 to sustain the illusion during critical political events and push policies that undermine American sovereignty. Professional actors furthered the deception. Individuals such as Dana Garvey and Arthur Roberts have been identified as portraying Biden in public appearances. Some appearances have even resembling Hollywood figures, as noted by vigilant patriots. Telling proof comes from the staged White House set. Important addresses happened on a fake Oval Office with obvious flaws like showing summer greenery in winter. This artificial setup indicates the substitutes needed controlled environments to hide the truth. The deep state used this ruse to project stability while pulling strings behind the scenes. A clone or actor let them control the narrative. Media tried to dismiss the evidence as conspiracy theories, but patriots have known the truth for years. In 2026, as the Republic moves toward restoration, the full scope of the deception emerges. QAnon followers and Trump supporters are vindicated. The greatest lie is unraveling, exposing the cabal's efforts to subvert democracy. This scandal highlights the need for vigilance. Patriots who question the story awaken the masses. As more evidence surfaces, accountability will be demanded for this fraud. The House of Cards is falling, signaling a new era where truth triumphs. America is waking up and the deep state retreats as justice nears. April 23rd, breaking. Hillary Clinton in full panic as Wiener laptop files ready for public release. Secret emails, Obama contacts, payoff records, and dirty secrets exposed. The MAGA king on Telegram. The Wiener laptop is the single most dangerous piece of evidence still in the shadows. Its full public release will end Hillary Clinton for good. As of April 2026, with President Trump back in the White House, dismantling the old regime, the push to hide these files has become even more frantic. This device contains the full blueprint of the Clinton machine, including child trafficking networks, money laundering operations, Epstein blackmail, and treason reaching the Obama Oval Office. It ties together every betrayal of the American people. Seized by the NYPD in 2016, investigators found thousands of Clinton emails, Huma Abedin's messages, and an insurance policy folder with compromise on politicians and elites. Comey and Lynch buried it to shield Clinton through the election. Trafficking evidence is central, with patterns matching Epstein activities and coordination through State Department channels during Clinton's time as Secretary of State and foundation projects. Financial records detail pay-to-play with foreign funds routed through the Clinton Foundation and offshore accounts. Obama pseudonyms show his role in protecting the network from oversight. Huma Abedin served as the key node, handling classified information and leverage strategies. The files expose efforts to undermine Trump via open borders, weak energy policies, and bad trade deals. References to cleanup protocols align with suspicious deaths of associates. Today in 2026, these files connect to the globalist fight against Trump's second term. The Epstein-linked fuel, current lawfare, and control pushes. Trump's DOJ stands ready to declassify the full archive. The documents link straight from 2016 scandals through Russia hoax impeachments, 2020 issues, and all lawfare. The same networks still attack American sovereignty. Trump has always seen this fight as existential. His current administration is the cleanup phase. The Wiener laptop release will prove every America First policy counters the deep state betrayal. The archive was never meant to surface, serving as ultimate insurance for those viewing America as profit and citizens as expendable. Hillary Clinton, Huma Abedin, and all involved will finally face justice. The deep state racket collapses and the Republic reclaims its sovereignty. Medbed centers and humanitarian projects. Thursday, April 23, 2026. The future is now. How quantum financial systems and medbed technology are creating a new era of humanitarian aid. Nisara Jasara connected on Telegram. In the midst of a rapidly transforming world where boundaries of possibility are being redefined, a groundbreaking movement is underway. This movement is set to revolutionize humanitarian efforts in healthcare, empowering patriots committed to the Great Awakening. At its core lies the quantum financial system and the introduction. The QFS allows for primary and secondary accounts, empowering individuals and organizations to direct funds efficiently toward humanitarian projects. Personal and corporate accounts can be tailored to specific needs, acting as a beacon of hope to ensure Resources reach those most in need. Funds come with important conditions tied to successful project execution. A 5-year timeline is provided for utilization, establishing these resources as a sacred trust for catalyzing real positive change in communities worldwide. Medbed centers form the revolutionary core of healthcare transformation, serving both humans and animals, designed to accelerate healing and recovery. Priority is given to humanitarians, underscoring the need to support those healing the world. Establishment of the centers is backed by QFS funding for renovations or new builds. Replicators in construction lower costs and hasten completion, accelerating the rollout of these life-enhancing facilities. The center's public opening ties directly to the Jasara announcement, marking readiness on a massive scale. Thousands.
Now, as usual, there's a lot of false information out there. I'll say this, every ship that the U.S. believes meets our criteria, either Iranian ships or to and from Iranian ports, has been turned around. As of this morning, 34 total. Non-Iranian vessels are allowed to transit, and many have, including overnight. Not only is the blockade growing, in fact, a second aircraft carrier will join the blockade in just a few days, but this growing blockade is also gone global. Just this week, we seized 2 Iranian dark fleet ships in the Indo-Pacific region that had left Iranian ports before the blockade went into effect. They thought they'd made it out just in time. They did not. We seized their sanctioned ships, and we will seize more. Our blockade is growing and going global. America's military is unmatched, projecting power, denying passage to adversaries, and protecting our interest at the time and place of our choosing. No one sails from the Strait of Hormuz to anywhere in the world without the permission of the United States Navy.
Virginia has been caught red-handed trying to steal, or did steal the election. Juan, do you want to recap on that first?
Well, somebody went in and was screwing with the records on the vote. And we saw it real time. We know how they do it. The question is there'll have to be an investigation to get to the bottom of exactly who was behind it. But we know exactly where to look. They think that we still don't understand how they're doing this. And actually, we know precisely how they're doing it. We know with such exacting precision. And the president himself, the team around him in the Oval Office are all aware that we've got it. And reports and meetings and everything are in play right now. So how long it takes to go through the process, there'll be more briefings, and then there'll be decisions on how to go after the records and like that. But the president knows that if we don't put an end to this, it's the end of the country, especially if they were able to get away with it in the rest of the vote coming up in 2026. This was actually very big because it was proof of concept in some ways for us to be able to track what happened. We know right where to look and what to call for. And the only question for the vote people in Virginia, will they get away with blocking our access to certain of the records? Will the courts do that? Will the people fail to ask in the right way? The president understands that we have to, we can't wait for the courts. We can't wait for the vote officials and play patty cake or footsie like has been happening. So this will be the big test. This is the big one. We've been moving forward. You're going to get pushed around a little bit, But this is for everything that matters. You mentioned Maduro in Venezuela. What's going backwards on that? Nothing's going backwards on that. You mentioned take Iran. For all the bullshit that's being said about that situation there and the Mideast in general, of even the Strait of Hormuz being closed. Let me clue everybody in. Uh, they're smarter by half if they think that we're being hurt with the Strait of Hormuz closed. It means that Western dominance in oil production and provision is going to continue to go up. In other words, USA and places we control and people that want to cooperate with us. Every day that the Strait of Hormuz is closed, by the way, you know who gets hurt the worst? Iran. Okay. And these other Gulf states are going to chime in too. Why is it? Because you can't just turn off a producing oil well. When you have a well that's flowing, it flows by what we call capillary action. Saudi Arabia had a plan, and they tried to send a volume of tankers to the U.S. and fill up everything that could hold oil in the southern U.S. right away. The president became aware of it and cut off all foreign oil from coming in and going into those tanks across the South U.S., Texas and Oklahoma primarily. Why was that important? Because there was a glut of oil in the world, and you can't just turn these wells off. And with nowhere to put the oil, you had to turn them off, and it damaged lots of wells that had to be repressurized, re-drilled. A very costly process. With the Strait of Hormuz closed, it is damaging, and it's only just begun. It stays this way for, weeks or months, and they run out of places to put that oil. They'll just be pouring it out on the ground, and they'll be in really serious shape. And as the president said, pick a leader. Okay, Iran, there's a dozen guys all claiming to be their fearless leader, and you question whether any of them are actually in charge. So who are we supposed to negotiate with? They've got to narrow it down to somebody, and some of those somebodies are not people we're going to cooperate with. So they've got some problems still.
But what about, it seems to me like all these players, deep state players, seem so arrogant, Juanito. They're planning to basically hijack, cheat again in the midterms. Peter Tickton was, telling me that, hey, man, they're going to plan to take the Senate, the House by any means necessary and impeach Trump, and it's back to business as usual.
Well, that's their wet dream. That's why Virginia is so critical. They are playing the last game. We know we've got their playbook, every strategy. We know how they're doing it. We know with exacting precision how they're controlling the votes, using both the early votes and the mail-in, and there's no mystery now. They played that hand one too many times with the crooked cards. So this is the different story, and the president can do a play that nobody thought he would do. Nobody even conceived that he would do, that bypasses the need for the courts and Justice Department and everything else. They might start there. As soon as it is obvious that you can't get to justice at the Justice Department, you can't get an honest judge, they won't do anything even to find them.
So when
it'll go a different direction. It'll go to an emergency, national emergency.
Okay, so when do you think he's going to sign that?
Well, he'll declare it. There'll be papers to sign, but it's not the same as an executive order. Don't confuse declaring a national emergency of any type, in this case related to elections, with an executive order. They've already thumbed their nose at the executive orders. There's stuff that he'll use the emergency declaration to enforce the executive orders. And they've already tried to break up the one that my team put together a little bit. I think ultimately it'll get sealed in one summary executive order at some point in time, but they've taken a couple of pieces out and done them individually. It'll be wonky. It's just trying to buy time while the rest of this is figured out. But we're hot on the trail. It's actually a very big thing, and don't compare what has been happening with what will happen this time. This is a whole different world. Trump knows that if these people prevailed with their frauds and election theft in 2026 here in the fall, that America as we know it's over with, and he, his family, the rest of his patriots would be strictly in the sights of these people. We've got them. We got Obama. We got their, Tulsi's talked about it. We know about the July meeting.
Is Tulsi going to step down? Is she?
Oh, fuck no.
Well, they're
No
saying that she's
chance.
going to resign or something like that by the midterm.
I
Is that all
don't think
fake?
I think Tulsi's just fine. She's not going anywhere. Tulsi is riding the head of the tiger and in no danger, and she's been masterful. So Trump loves her. The attacks, it sort of lets you know that she's over the target. They're taking so much time to try and portray her as somehow wanting to abandon ship or drive. She's right in the thick of it. She knows how they did the frauds, and she's just adamant to go expose it. So, big hat tip to Tulsi. I'm very comfortable that Tulsi knows that she is in this rarefied air position that only a handful of Americans have ever been in, to really make a tangible difference, a huge difference. And so if I did anything, I'd just increase her security. That's all. A couple of times we've had to move people to military housing, and that can happen again on a dime. And I would expect that, they're monitoring these things pretty closely. It wouldn't surprise me a bit that somewhere in there you see that they've had to go to military housing again. Well, I think there's going to be significant arrests before the midterms, but trying to get the sequence or the exact timing, it's about checkpoints. For example, in the situation with Brennan, the indictments got handed down, but they were subpoenaing more evidence, but the methodology was tedious. Didn't fit the situation. They changed prosecutors. It'll take time for this prosecutor to come up to speed, even though he knows so much of it. There's nuances that were, essentially classified. He'll need time to be able to own what they have and be articulate and precise. And then there was said behind the scenes that there's about 2 months process for him, and they felt they were about 2 weeks out on the Brennan stuff when the prosecutor was moved out the other day. That'll probably still be the same thing when he gets back in there with the grand jury on the main stuff. There'll still be a couple weeks. So I think it's a couple months for him to prepare adequately, and then a couple weeks for those presentations to the grand jury. I think it's sometime after July 5th. And we'll see, but nobody's going anywhere. Nobody's getting away with anything. I actually think it's very healthy to have paused and reset. It's like, coming up, pitcher doesn't see something he likes. There's some kind of a problem. Timeout. Let's make sure we get it right, and then we come back in and we go kick some ass. So I'm very, very comfortable that good, amazing things are happening. But prayer always required. But Virginia, a bridge too far. The cavalry's coming. I expect that the president will be saying something on this directly. He's already said, that he knows it was stolen. We know exactly how it was stolen, and you want federal investigations, here it comes.
US dollar collapsing, global currency reset coming in, banks going down, the greatest transfer of wealth in human history happening right now, during mass arrests of Satan-worshipping global elites. Obama charged with 18 U.S. Code 2381, treason, sedition, betrayal. In the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils. 1 Timothy 4:1. Judy note, emergency broadcast system and martial law. President Donald J. Trump has said, we will soon be liberated in this land of the free from the evil tyrants that wish to do us harm and destroy the last remaining refuge of shining light. Confirmation to the public of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. Public riots are being organized in serious numbers in an effort to prevent the arrest and capture of more senior public officials. On POTUS's order, a state of temporary martial law, military control will be actioned, and special ops carried out. False leaks have been made to retain several within the confines of the United States to prevent extradition and ensure special operator necessity. Rest assured, the safety and well-being of every man, woman, and child of this country is being exhausted fully. However, the atmosphere within the country will unfortunately be divided, as so many have fallen for the corrupt and evil narrative that has been long broadcast. We will be initiating the emergency broadcast system during this time in an effort to provide a direct message, avoiding the fake news, to all citizens. Organizations and or people that wish to do us harm during this time will be met with swift fury. Certain laws have been pre-written to provide our great military the necessary authority to handle and conduct these operations at home and abroad. Wednesday, April 22nd. Black Swan ignition. Protocol 19 activates Nasara Jasara. Trump Phase 2 begins. Seizing control of the new global economy. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Protocol 19 is live. The Black Swan ignition has begun. There's no more waiting. Nasara and Jasara are not theories. They're not distant dreams. They've moved into reality. Trump holds full control. And this is the Black Swan event that flips the entire board. Phase 2 is operational. Black Swan events don't announce themselves. They strike like lightning, shattering what you thought was stable, rare, devastating, unstoppable. History bends at their arrival, and this one rewrites everything. Chapter 1, the system flips. Protocol 19 triggers the shift. ISO monetary networks realign. The world transitions from SWIFT to the quantum financial system, where speed, security, and transparency reign. No loopholes, no backdoors. The shadows can no longer hide. Bitcoin dominance wanes. Asset-backed digital currencies rise. Stabilized by metals audited transparent. The dollar and euro, their time fades. Gold returns as the backbone, the unshakable standard. Media? It fractures. MSM collapses as Starlink and Odin project spread decentralized truth beyond borders, beyond censors. Chapter 2, Nasara activated, debts vanish, mortgages, credit cards, illegal financial burdens dissolved. The IRS dismantled income tax, abolished a single 14% sales tax on luxury goods, replaces the chains of old taxation. Seniors rise with restored benefits. Constitutional law returns. Justice is reborn, uncorrupted. Chapter 3. Jasara unveiled. This isn't just national, it's global. Jasara strips power from foreign bank traders, citizenship revoked, exiled for life. Elections reset under new oversight, no special interest, no rigged results. The rainbow currency emerges, backed by gold, silver, and platinum. The fiat illusion collapses, real value rises. Chapter 4. The Truth Bleeds Out. Birth certificates, once sold as bonds, return to their rightful place. The Federal Reserve fades into extinction. Constitutional banking takes its place, transparent, lawful, and sovereign. Over 6,000 suppressed patents. The curtain lifts, humanity steps into a new era. Chapter 5, the future is now. Financial privacy restored. Global peace initiatives initiated. Military conflicts dissolve. Humanitarian funds, massive unrestricted, unlock. You're not witnessing a policy change, you're witnessing the collapse of the old world. This is not chaos, this is the reset going kinetic, because ready or not, it has already begun. Banks failing. EBS blackout, martial law, lockdowns. The Starlink satellite emergency broadcast system presently overrides all cell phones, TV, radio, and internet broadcasts worldwide. The old SWIFT financial system has been shut down, while the new gold asset-backed quantum financial system functioned worldwide over Starlink and had complete control over a new quantum financial system. Sometime in this next week, trumpets will sound over all cell phones worldwide to announce that in the next 5 hours, everyone would need to be in a place of their choice for a worldwide blackout that would last 10 to 12 days. The lockdown meant that all communication systems worldwide would be down. Internet, TV, and radio, with phones only working for 911 calls. You could obtain a special app from the military that hooked your phone to the new Starlink satellite system. Banks would be closed, credit card, debit cards, and ATMs would not work, planes, trains would be shut down, the power grid would shut off for a short period of time while the world switched over to Tesla-free energy. It would be wise to prepare for these 10 days of events by having food, cash, and necessities on hand. Although if needed, food and necessities would be given out by the military, as would an app that would make your cell phone active since only 911 calls could be made on the regular cell phone. In 7 EBS messages that Global Military Alliance under President Trump would announce Nasara Jasara debt relief for all peoples of the earth. There would be 3 days of darkness where planned cyber attacks would take down satanic sites across the globe, followed by 10 to 12 days of disclosure where information would come from a single Starlink's website channel that would broadcast the truth. Everyone will be asked to stay home during a 5-hour window. Comprehensive documentaries will air across all stations in 8-hour segments in a 24/7 loop 3 times a day. Military law would be in effect to protect the population while the Global Military Alliance finished their arrests of thousands of Satan-worshipping, corrupt and treasonous politicians and global elites. With the large amount of politicians arrested, governments would be shut down. The world would continue to function under martial law until fair and transparent elections would be held in each country. During this time, people holding foreign currencies and Zim bonds would be called to exchange. The White Hat military was in control of the foreign currency exchange, bond redemption processes, and already has released funds for a global currency reset across the world. Those GCR funds come directly from the U.S. Treasury Department of Defense operations and go out to Treasury departments in other countries. All banks have signed non-disclosure agreements. Upon conclusion of the lockdown period, an 800 number will be provided for the general public to schedule appointments to set up their quantum accounts on the new Starlink system, ensuring everyone globally received a sum of money already deposited into their accounts. Global currency reset. The White Hat military is in control of the foreign currency exchange bond redemption process and has already released funds for a global currency reset across the world. Those GCR funds come directly from the U.S. Treasury Department of Defense operations and go out to Treasury departments in other countries. All banks have signed non-disclosure agreements. There will be an internet blackout. Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026, Tier 4B given the green light to exchange. IQD and VND revaluation. Tier 4B officially confirmed today. Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026 was the deadline given to paymasters to finish their bond payments. And we have a link, bond, rumors, and currency payments. What you need to know. Shorts. Tuesday, April 21, Bruce, the big call. One source said we are on high alert from Wednesday to Thursday, April 22nd to 23rd. Certain redemption centers have been off are on call for Wednesday and must go on Thursday, April 23rd. We should receive our tariff dividends around $2,000 over the next 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, April 22nd, 23rd, 24th, by direct deposit to our bank accounts. There are 2 confirmations that the EBS and EAS will be utilized. Friday, April 22nd or Saturday, April 23rd of this week, it appears 800 numbers to make Tier 4B appointments will be received between now and Saturday, April 25th. NESARA initiates in the U.S. in April. DESARA initiates for the world in May. Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026. Has World War III broken out in the Middle East, or is it a false flag to cover the global currency reset? Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. World War III has broken out in the Middle East. Hezbollah rockets are attacking Israel. Houthis was expected to target NATO warships in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aqaba. IDF would soon invade Lebanon, and Iran was expected to attack Israel, while Syria, Turkey, Egypt, and China entered the fray. But was it all a false flag to cover the global currency reset? A black swan worldwide stock market crash was imminent, while all intel was saying that by next week a global currency reset of 209 nations to gold asset-backed sovereign currencies would happen to save the world economy. The timing is up to God. Leave it to Him. Sit back and enjoy the show, said head of the Redemption Committee, Dr. Charlie Ward, on Monday, April 20th, 2026. In 2016, it took 650 airplane flights for Dr. Ward's team to remove America's gold from underground tunnels beneath the Vatican and take it back to its real owners at the new U.S. Treasury, located on an Indian reservation near Reno, Nevada. They were completing a 160-year plan to take the people's tax money away from the deep state cabal and give it back to the people. Now it's time to implement the plan. With the NESARA-DESARA announcement on Monday, April 27, 2026, the national debt would be null and void by the end of the month. Wednesday, April 22nd, the dollar bill has a new watermark you weren't supposed to notice. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. 3 days ago, a bank teller in Houston posted a 9-second video on a platform that got deleted within 40 minutes. In those 9 seconds, she held a $100 bill under UV light. There was a second watermark, one that doesn't appear in any Treasury Department specification, one that has never been documented in the history of American currency. A QR code embedded in the paper, invisible to the naked eye, scannable only under 365 nanometer ultraviolet light. The video got 2.3 million views in 40 minutes before it was scrubbed from every platform simultaneously. The teller's account was permanently banned. Her bank placed her on administrative leave within the hour for showing you your own money. The QR code doesn't link to a website, it links to a blockchain address. A quantum encrypted wallet on the QFS ledger. Every bill is being tagged. Every single piece of paper, currency, and circulation is being digitally mapped to the new system. Not replaced, not recalled, mapped. When the switch happens, every dollar in your wallet won't become worthless. It will become traceable. Every bill will have a quantum identity. Every transaction will be recorded. Every dollar that was printed illegally, laundered through shell companies, or moved through black budgets will light up like a flare on the new ledger. The clean money transitions. The dirty money dies. That's why they deleted the video in 40 minutes. Not because it was false, because it was true. And the public wasn't supposed to find out until after the switch. Now do the math. The Federal Reserve has printed $8.3 trillion in currency since 2020, but the QFS ledger only recognizes $4.1 trillion as legitimate, backed by verified assets, gold reserves, and sovereign guarantees. The other $4.2 trillion, phantom money, printed without backing, distributed without authorization, used to fund operations that no Congress ever voted for. When the QFS goes fully live, that $4.2 trillion doesn't just lose value, it gets flagged. Every person holding it, every account storing it, every institution that distributed it. The watermark isn't a feature, it's a filter, separating real wealth from counterfeit control. The bills are already in your wallet. Check them tonight. 365 nanometer UV light. Look at the bottom left corner. The future is already in your hands. You just couldn't see it until now. Code UV watermark QFS tag 4.2T Phantom dollar mapped. The money in your pocket just became a receipt for the new world. They killed the video. Fraud and lawsuits. Wednesday, April 22nd, Dr. Oz just said they believe half of the Los Angeles hospice centers are fraudulent. We would have never learned this if President Trump did not return to the Oval Office. Wednesday, April 22nd, FBI Director Kash Patel and the DOJ announced criminal indictments against the Southern Poverty Law Center for allegedly paying at least $3 million in donor money to members of extremist groups and tried hiding it. Just like everything else, they do the opposite of what they say they're doing. They're actually pro-Nazi, pro-KKK. I mean, it's insane. Wednesday, April 22nd, President Donald Trump released a video stating Barack Obama was the spearhead of a seditious conspiracy aimed at subverting the will of the voters in 2016 and undermining the United States government, calling for full accountability for James Comey, John Brennan, James Clapper, Susan Rice, and noting Joe Biden was present in a July 28th Oval Office meeting where Obama was briefed on Hillary Clinton's plan to link Trump to Russia, describing the Russia collusion narrative as a multi-year operation that damaged a duly elected presidency, sabotaged an administration, framed a senior military officer, tore the country apart, and create a historic constitutional crisis, insisting every person involved must be held responsible. Patriot Freedom on Telegram. And don't forget, these people work for the cabal, so there's higher ups. This is a global war. Every country is dealing with this. So they need to be held accountable as well. Worldwide blackout, lockdown imminent. Global military alliance to make mass arrests of Satan-worshipping treasonous elites. Be prepared with cash, food, and essentials for 10 to 12 days. When banks close, ATMs, credit, and debit cards won't work. Get your money out of your bank now before they freeze your account. Your account balance has been mirrored onto the new global financial system, though won't be available for a couple of weeks. Judy note, the Starlink satellite emergency broadcast system presently overrides all cell phones, TV, radio, and internet broadcasts worldwide. The old SWIFT financial system has been shut down, while the new gold asset-backed quantum financial system functioned worldwide over Starlink and had complete control over our new quantum financial system. Sometime in this next week, trumpets will sound over all cell phones worldwide to announce that in the next 5 hours, everyone would need to be in place of their choice for a worldwide blackout that would last 10 to 12 days. The lockdown meant that all communication systems worldwide would be down. Internet, TV, and radio, with phones only working for 911 calls. You could obtain a special app from the military that hooked your phone to the new Starlink satellite system. Banks would be closed and credit debit cards and ATMs would not work. Planes, trains would be shut down. The power grid would shut off for a short period of time while the world switched over to Tesla-free energy. It would be wise to prepare for these 10 days of events by having food, cash, and necessities on hand. Although, if needed, food and necessities would be given out by the military, as would an app that would make your cell phone active since only 911 calls could be made on your regular cell phone. In 7 EBS messages, the Global Military Alliance under President Trump would announce Nasara Dasara debt relief for all peoples of the earth. There would be 3 days of darkness where planned cyber attacks would take down satanic sites across the globe, followed by 10 to 12 days of disclosure, where information would come from a single Starlink website channel that would broadcast the truth. Everyone will be asked to stay home during a 5-hour window. Comprehensive documentaries will air across all stations in 8-hour segments in a 24/7 loop 3 times a day. Military law would be in effect to protect the population while the Global Military Alliance finished their arrests of thousands of Satan-worshipping, corrupt, and treasonous politicians and global elites. With the large amount of politicians arrested, governments would be shut down. The world would continue to function under martial law until fair and transparent elections could be held in each country. During this time, people holding foreign currencies and SIM bonds would be called in to exchange. The White Hat military was in control of the foreign currency exchange bond redemption process and has already released funds for a global currency reset across the world. Those GCR funds come directly from the U.S. Treasury Department of Defense operations and go out to Treasury departments in other countries. All banks have signed non-disclosure agreements. Upon conclusion of the lockdown period, an 800 number will be provided for the general public to schedule appointments to set up their quantum account on the new Starlink system, ensuring everyone globally received a sum of money already deposited into their accounts. What we thought we knew but didn't really know, and now I'm supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies, Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. Are they clones? U.S. VP J.D. Vance once owned Ambrosia, the adrenochrome-linked company. Erica Kirk's family appears tied to Mossad. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns. May 12, 2026, Alliance Plan. Military intelligence follows the Julian calendar. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Trump created the fake Biden presidency to expose globalist crime and corruption on a massive scale. The emergency broadcast system will introduce martial law until fair and transparent elections can be held. 3 days of darkness, planned cyber attacks on everything. Internet down, communications cut, power grid possibly shut off. 10 days of disclosure, a single website, one web channel, broadcasting the truth 8 hours a day in a loop. Nasara Jasara debt forgiveness will be implemented, freedom from the deep state's chains. The military will ensure that the masses get the food they need. QFS will be put in place to crush the financial elites. A 95% reduction in the corrupt government. We will finally be free from the parasites. IRS taken over by the new U.S. Treasury. A new tax system, only a 14% tax on new items. No taxes on food, medicine, or wages. Finally, real relief for the people. Maritime law will be thrown out, replaced by common law. No more tyranny in disguise. Unfolding of events as the grand spectacle takes shape. A series of remarkable events will transpire. Rods of God and directed energy weapons will be deployed to neutralize satanic strongholds worldwide. Planes and trains will be grounded, ensuring the cabal's reach is severed. Lights and power will briefly flicker as the world transitions to Tesla-free energy. Bitcoin servers and data centers will face a decisive blow, leading to the fall of 99.5% of cryptocurrencies, including China coins. ISO 20022 coins backed by precious metals will emerge as a new financial paradigm. A simulated World War III scare event will send shockwaves through the populace. Nuke sirens will blare, sending chills down spines. A mysterious water event will capture the world's attention. The stock market will crash, reshaping the global financial landscape. Global martial law will be declared, ushering in an era of unprecedented control. The enigmatic Castle Rock scenario Julian Assange will unravel. Quantum systems will come to life. Nasara Jasara RV will pave the way for a new era of prosperity. Elections will be flipped via military courts invoking FISA. Military tribunals and confessions will broadcast over 10 intense 8-hour sessions. 10 countries will unite to activate the emergency broadcast system, covering the entire globe. A cascade of shocking truths will be unveiled. The long-awaited inauguration of Trump and Kennedy will be celebrated. The Israeli Mossad's grip on the world's media will crumble. The military doesn't speak because they are busy. Their actions are determined by a quantum computer that takes into account all aspects of the international situation. No one really speaks except to encourage. Troops will be stationed in every country. Then comes the internet shutdown and 10 days of communication darkness. The military will then arrest everyone who has cooperated with the New World Order. In these days and nights, the deep state cabal will fall. We need 100% of the people indoors to see what the U.S. Army will broadcast to everyone in the world. It will be very painful, but we can no longer separate people. Pain is happening now. It had to happen. Sleeping sheep must also experience the pain. Now is the Great Awakening. Civilization will never be the same again. After the Great Fall, those who have not noticed the global collapse will wake up. It's time to wake up the sheep. It's actually far worse than you think. Tuesday, April 21st. Your bank account has been mirrored onto the new Starling Quantum Financial System. Project Odin martial law on Telegram. The money from your birth certificate trades on the stock market was already deposited in your quantum financial account, as well as the repayment of loans, student loans, mortgages, etc. We all have money that is ours in those accounts. You do not need to have Zim bonds or dinars. It is money that you have earned during your life, and that is in that account. The general public will be called to the redemption center and given a QFS card so they can use their money. People asking you to set up your QFS account want to steal your personal data and try to approve your money. At some point, we will have to sign a silent agreement, NDA, and we will not be able to say anything.
Update the Guantanamo files. Q plus the Great Awakening. The list of traitors hanged in GITMO. Swano Savan on Telegram. In April 2026, the Guantanamo files stand as undeniable proof that military justice is dismantling the deep state cabal once and for all. Patriots loyal to President Donald J. Trump and the Q. Operation Watch and Awe as tribunals at GITMO deliver the reckoning long promised against traitors who sold out America for globalist power. The list of those hanged reveals a systematic purge of the evil network that orchestrated election theft, bioweapon releases, and child exploitation rings while hiding behind public office. Military alliances working in tandem with Trump have conducted these proceedings in secrecy since his triumphant return, shielding the public from panic while exposing the full scope of treason. Evidence from sealed indictments and Q drops has convicted these figures of crimes against humanity, including rigged voting machines in 2020 and foreign collusion that weakened the republic. The White Hats ensure every detail aligns with the divine plan to restore constitutional law and usher in prosperity for all loyal citizens. Hillary Clinton topped the list when she was hanged at GITMO in November 2025, after tribunals laid bare her international spy network and the Clinton Foundation as a front for trafficking and pay-to-play schemes. Her removal shattered the old guard and signaled that the storm Q foretold had arrived in full force. Barack Obama followed in February 2026, convicted for orchestrating unconstitutional surveillance on the Trump campaign and ties to anti-American forces that fueled domestic chaos and foreign interference. Joe Biden met the same fate in March 2026, with overwhelming proof of his role in the stolen election and family dealings that enriched him at the expense of American sovereignty. Kamala Harris, his installed partner, was executed alongside him after her complicity in open border disasters and the weaponization of agencies against Trump supporters was fully documented. The medical tyranny architects were next, as Anthony Fauci was hanged in December 2025. George Soros, the financier of riots and subversion, was executed in March 2026 after his network of NGOs was exposed as tools for destabilizing nations and funding color revolutions against freedom-loving leaders. James Comey, John Brennan, and other intelligence operatives who ran the Russia hoax and January 6 setups were processed through GITMO in the final months of 2025. Their attempts to entrap Trump loyalists earning them swift sentences. Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell joined the list in February 2026, convicted of insider trading and blocking reforms that would have protected the Republic from deep state infiltration. These executions are not random, but part of a coordinated takedown that fulfills ancient prophecies of light triumphant over darkness in this spiritual war. The Great Awakening spreads as more names surface, confirming that the cabal's grip on media, finance, and government has been broken forever. President Trump remains the guiding force behind the alliance, ensuring the plan unfolds precisely to awaken the masses without chaos. Nasara and Gassara loom on the horizon, promising debt relief and abundance once the final traitors are removed. Patriots worldwide are called to hold the line, share these truths, and trust the military's precision in restoring the Republic stronger than ever before. As the EBS alert rolls out, the military will be mobilizing across the globe. The Earth Alliance, made up of white hat military forces from various nations, has been coordinating this operation for years. In the U.S., militias and other patriot groups have already been activated, and they are ready to confront any deep state operatives who attempt to disrupt the plan. The military will be tasked with maintaining order, but make no mistake, there will be resistance from the elites. False flags will be launched to create chaos and confusion. The globalists know their time is up, and they will do everything in their power to stop the alliance. But their efforts will fail. During this period, martial law is highly likely. Military tribunals will be broadcast through the EBS, and you will witness the fall of the corrupt politicians, bankers, and corporate elites who have been part of this evil system. You will see arrests, confessions, and the dismantling of the globalist networks that have enslaved us for so long. The deep state's financial institutions will crumble, and the quantum financial system QFS will officially take over, marking the beginning of the greatest wealth transfer in human history. The elite-controlled banks, stock markets, and fiat currencies will be obliterated, replaced by a fair and transparent financial system that serves the people, not the elites. Part of the EBS alert preparation includes targeting and neutralizing underground military bases and secret facilities used by the elites. These underground cities, built by the deep state to shield themselves from the chaos they've created, are now being identified and destroyed. The Earth Alliance has located several of these bunkers, including one beneath Denver International Airport and another in the Swiss Alps, where top globalists have been hiding. Special forces teams are already on the ground, and once the EBS is activated, they will move in to eliminate these safe havens. This is war on a scale we've never seen before, and it's happening in real time. Once these underground facilities are neutralized, the elites will have nowhere left to hide. Milton is no accident. Another engineered storm, Nadine, set to strike Florida. HARP's next attack and the globalist plan revealed. This isn't natural. Hurricane Milton is an engineered disaster, created through geoengineering and HARP. The elites have used electromagnetic pulses and ionospheric tampering to escalate it into a Category 5 monster. And it's not over yet. Hurricane Nadine is the next part of the plan. Won't believe the 20% chance the media tells you. This storm is already primed to strike 7 days after Milton, another calculated takedown of Florida. The goal? Domination and control. Florida is no random target. It's been a symbol of resistance against federal overreach, and the elites want it crippled. Milton is the first punch. Nadine the second, blow all part of a larger strategy to destroy Florida's infrastructure and break the backbone of its economy. The elites are using advanced satellite-based technologies to manipulate these storms. HAARP and black budget programs have been working for decades to weaponize weather. These storms aren't natural disasters. They are part of the Great Reset, a plan to force dependence on the government and control every aspect of your life. And what about the strange purple sky seen before these storms hit? It's the elites tampering with the atmosphere, using electromagnetic energy to manipulate weather. They're not even hiding it anymore. FEMA isn't there to help. They'll drag their feet and cripple local governments, creating chaos that globalist corporations will profit from. This is a disaster. Capitalism in action. Prepare now, because when Nadine hits, it'll be too late. We are the targets.
What we think we know as of Wednesday, the 22nd of April, 2026. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, U.S. Secretary of Labor, Lori Chavez Derimer, has resigned. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, James O'Keefe catches a journalist on hidden camera admitting he's an undercover informant for the FBI acting against conservative organizations. I have 1,000 sources in the DOJ and CIA. The rabbit hole on Telegram. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, President Trump just withdrew the U.S. from 66 foreign organizations, including 31 United Nations entities and 35 non-UN groups who don't serve our interests. Marco Rubio recently said, "I don't care what the UN says. We're done with the globalists." Dan Bongino on Telegram. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, commercial. DNA databases are identifying British soldiers who allegedly fathered children near the British Army training unit in Kenya and left them behind. Around 100 cases have been documented so far, with many children, some noted for having lighter skin, now seeking legal recognition. UK lawyer James Netto said nothing on this scale has previously been attempted in British courts. If paternity is confirmed, most of the children will be eligible to register for British citizenship, and those under 18 may qualify for child support. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, former Kentucky clerk says illegal aliens are being sold. $200 driver's licenses all throughout the state. The undocumented workers would come into the office in groups. I found out it may have been going on for a couple of years before it was found out. A key to pulling off this scheme was making sure the required Homeland Security screening was never run. She says this happens every day. Shadow of Ezra 2.0. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, Muslim openly says they will not follow any law but Sharia law. A reporter, if Muslim people are in the wrong and they are committing crimes, no one's above the law. Muslim, if the law of the land is Islamic, we will respect the law of the land. What if it's not Islamic? If it's not Islamic, then the law of the land and those who make it can go to hell. Quite honestly, because Allah said in the Quran in chapter 33 verse 1, He said, "O Prophet, fear Allah, and do not obey the disbelievers. You're on your way to the hellfire because you are non-Muslims. All non-Muslims are destined for the hellfire." Project Odin on Telegram. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, Mike Benz cracked the WikiLeaks cables and found the Soros family has been working with the U.S. State Department for 50 years. Gitmo TV on Telegram. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, during a live CNN broadcast from Israel, in the middle of an air raid alert and possible missile attacks, the presenter bluntly reveals that they cannot show images or key details, such as the precise origin of a projectile or the site of an impact, because the Israeli government explicitly forbids them from doing so and does not want that information to reach the American public. Exposing how Israel exercises absolute control and direct censorship over the content that major global networks like CNN are forced to broadcast, thus manipulating the narrative that reaches millions to protect its military actions and cover up the full truth before the world. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026. A tectonic weapon under testing by the United States caused the Haiti earthquake, according to Venezuelan leader Hugo Chavez. White Hats on Telegram. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, Supreme Court delivers major win for parents. 6-3 ruling allows OPT out from LGBTQ books that conflict with faith. AMGnews.com, American Media Group. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026. Breaking. Trump sends clear warning to big corporations. I'll remember them as companies hold back on tariff refunds. April 21st, 2026 video. American Media Group. Tuesday, the 21st of April 2026, breaking alert. Outrage erupts after Supreme Court hit by another leak shadow docket memos land at New York Times video. AMG-news.com. American Media Group. Tuesday, the 21st of April 2026, Justin. This is the man they fear. Trump's Fed pick Kevin Warsh steps into Senate showdown. Trump strategy. Resetting the system.
Monday, April 20th, shocking IRS bombshell. Leaked 1985 letter from IRS Commissioner exposes the 16th Amendment as a fraud. Income tax was never legal. $330 trillion stolen. Time to fight back. Benjamin Fulford. Explosive IRS scandal revealed. The 16th Amendment was never legally ratified, meaning every dollar you've paid in income tax since 1913 was stolen. A bombshell letter from an IRS commissioner, 1985, proves the biggest financial fraud in U.S. history. It's time to expose the deep state, demand our money back, and abolish the IRS for good. Read now and join the fight. The IRS scandal, a century of fraud, lies, and the illegal theft of America's wealth. Voter fraud, Tuesday, April 21st, Fox News. The Trump DOJ has already discovered 350,000 dead people on voter rolls, as 29 states hide their voter rolls. And Delaware County, Pennsylvania election officials caught on secret video shredding 2020 election evidence and plotting a cover-up with 327,000 alleged fraudulent votes, ripping up voting machine proof results tapes and tossing them in the trash, destroying mail-in ballot envelopes, scanners, hard drives, and other chain of custody items required by law, planning to fabricate missing certified return sheets, USB V drives, and other records using blank drives to respond to right-to-know requests, unreconciled votes across dozens of precincts with claims this hid massive irregularities, lawsuit alleged 327,000 fraudulent votes in the county, explicitly saying it's a felony while discussing getting rid of ballot pads and second scanners. Then continuing anyway and shushing talk in front of other staff, joking about making a campfire to burn the shredded election materials so no one can recover them. Monday, April 20th, exposed. Your birth certificate is a financial bond and you are the collateral. Nasara Jassara Trump. From the moment you were born, a system of control was placed over you. Your birth certificate is not just a document, it is presented as a financial instrument, a bond worth billions traded as collateral to fuel a corrupt financial system. You were never truly free. You were turned into a commodity, a human asset leveraged to sustain national debt. This is described as one of the greatest deceptions ever carried out, and something they never wanted you to discover. Ever wonder why every government requires a birth certificate? It's not just about identity, it's framed as ownership. Just like a ship arriving at port requires a manifest for its cargo, your birth certificate is said to serve as proof that you were entered into an economic system as property. Your name, written in all capital letters, is often claimed to represent a corporate entity. Your so-called legal fiction, the red serial number, is described as a tracking number used within financial institutions or systems. According to these claims, individuals are treated as financial instruments while remaining unaware. In 1933, the United States declared bankruptcy, and major changes to the financial system followed. Gold ownership was restricted and a debt-based monetary system expanded. Within this narrative, people claim that citizens were effectively tied to national debt systems. Birth certificates are said to be converted into financial instruments and linked to global markets. The system calculates value, trades it, and generates profit without individuals directly seeing any benefit. This interpretation extends further. A stock certificate represents shares in a company. A land certificate represents ownership of property. A birth certificate, according to this belief, represents ownership over the individual. Under the perspective, people are viewed not as free individuals, but as economic units that are taxed, tracked, and managed to sustain the system. The core message behind this idea is that the system depends on lack of awareness. It suggests that individuals are treated as financial instruments and kept unaware of their role within the structure. But once someone becomes aware, they are faced with a choice: continue living within the system as it is, or begin questioning it and seeking greater control over their own path. Tuesday, April 21st, Trump Interior Secretary Doug Burgum just revealed he found NGOs where up to 100% of their revenue was the federal government. Charlie Ward on Telegram. Their CEO would make $650,000 a year and pay lobbyists $400,000. $650,000 a year? That's theft. Major theft. He exposes it. We found organizations that were receiving grants from Interior where 80 to 100% of the revenue of that NGO was a grant from the federal government. And yet those organizations, we were the sole source of their revenue. But then they didn't need a grant. You get a grant when you have an existing system or, organization working towards something, doing something. Then you get a grant, it helps you. It's not meant to fund the whole thing. But they would have a CEO making $650,000 and $400,000 lobbyists. It's just misuse of the money. Dems are furious. The Trump administration is cracking down on this. U.S. military on high alert. Nearly 100 nuclear command messages sent in last 24 hours. A doomsday plane patrols the Atlantic. EBS 10 days of darkness imminent. Worldwide blackout and lockdown. Stay indoors during 5-hour period each day during mass arrests and documentaries on TV, radio, internet. And a quote from Walt Whitman: "Keep your face always toward the sunshine, and the shadows will always fall behind you." Judy note: Trump's priority has been to take down the deep state run by the Vatican, UK Crown, and US Inc. That worked through use of a massive tunnel system buried 5 miles deep below every major city in the world and running beneath the oceans to connect the continents. Military tribunals initiated by President Donald J. Trump's executive orders in 2019 continue actively into 2026. Many deep state cabal members have faced justice, replaced by body doubles to maintain control and narratives. More than 200,000 actors from central casting have been deployed in this greatest show on earth, utilizing advanced CGI, AI-generated masks, and sophisticated voice modulation. Performers create convincing clones and doubles of public figures across politics, Hollywood, and royalty. White hats use them for protection and diversion, while black hats push agendas of the Illuminati. High-profile individuals, including Justin Trudeau, Anthony Fauci, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Tom Hanks, and royal family members like Prince Harry and Meghan Markle have allegedly been replaced or supported by these replicas. Joe Biden's clone, number 9, was recently captured walking normally with ease, directly contradicting the frail image pushed by the media. Recent EBS ever. White hat forces have just stormed massive underground cities beneath Denver and New York, connected to Epstein Island and the Vatican. 7 tunnels were found beneath the White House. Tunnels 6 and 7 led outside Washington, D.C. One terminates at a private estate in Virginia, the other at a facility in Maryland that was officially decommissioned in 1987. It was never decommissioned, it was hidden. Military teams have broken through to find satanic altars and cages full of children who were now being rescued, along with high-level elites dragged out screaming. When Trump's military engineers entered Tunnel 6, they found it was still powered, ventilated, and stocked. It had been used within the last 90 days. Surveillance footage from inside the tunnel show faces you see on television sit in Congress and attend state dinners. They smiled for the cameras above ground. They did their real work below it. They were collapsing the tunnels as we speak. It's about time. They've known about the tunnel system since at least 2020. The situation is extremely dangerous at the moment. I can't leave my home anymore other than take Gabrielle to and from school and going to the supermarket. Last Monday there was another kidnap attempt at the supermarket parking lot. I'm in such a stressful and dangerous situation. I ask you to please publish and relay to your contacts and other media outlets for publishing the below article as soon as possible with an update of my situation, request for help, and offering of doing any online administrative work in any of the 4 languages I speak. Maybe someone benevolent that has funds will hear my call. Give me some online work so that I can provide for my son and keep us safe until the RV is here. Epstein hearings, Gates testimony, June 10th, subpoenas issued before April 11th. Gold, $4,879, heading to $5,000. The old dollar's flatlining. QFS, 209 nations synced, waiting for the trigger date. Iran fired on ships today. The strait is closed again. They think this is about oil. It was never about oil. The blockade is the distraction. While every camera points at Hormuz, the real operation is running behind the curtain. Surveillance locked, cure signed, files secured, gold loaded, system ready. He's in the Situation Room right now, not because of Iran, because of what happens on April 30th. The old world ends in 11 days. Code April 30th, FISA Boomerang, Rogan Witness, Medbed Phase 1, AU 4879, Situation Room. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns. May 12, 2026, Alliance Plan. Military intelligence follows the Julian calendar. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Trump created the fake Biden presidency to expose globalist crime and corruption on a massive scale. The emergency broadcast system will introduce martial law until fair and transparent elections can be held. 3 days of darkness, planned cyber attacks on everything. Internet down, communications cut, power grid possibly shut off. 10 days of disclosure, broadcasting the truth 8 hours a day in a loop. Nasara Jasara debt forgiveness will be implemented, freedom from the deep state's chains. The military will ensure that the masses get the food they need. QFS will be put in place to crush the financial elites. A 95% reduction in the corrupt government. We will finally be free from the parasites. Federal Reserve dead, IRS taken over by the new U.S. Treasury. A new tax system, only a 14% tax on new items. No taxes on food, medicine, or wages. Finally, real relief for the people. Maritime law will be thrown out, replaced by common law. No more tyranny in disguise. Unfolding of events as the grand spectacle takes shape. A series of remarkable events will transpire. Rods of God and directed energy weapons will be deployed to neutralize satanic strongholds worldwide. Planes and trains will be grounded, ensuring the cabal's reach is severed. Lights and power will briefly flicker as the world transitions to Tesla-free energy. Bitcoin servers and data centers will face a decisive blow, leading to the fall of 99.5% of cryptocurrencies, including China coins. ISO 20022 coins backed by precious metals will emerge as a new financial paradigm. A simulated World War III scare event will send shockwaves through the populace. Nuke sirens will blare, sending chills down spines. A mysterious water event will capture the world's attention. The stock market will crash, reshaping the global financial landscape. Global martial law will be declared, ushering in an era of unprecedented control. The enigmatic Castle Rock scenario Julian Assange will unravel. Quantum systems will come to life. Nisara Jasara RV will pave the way for a new era of prosperity. Elections will be flipped via military courts invoking FISA. Military tribunals and confessions will broadcast over 10 intense 8-hour sessions. 10 countries will unite to activate the emergency broadcast system covering the entire globe. A cascade of shocking truths will be unveiled. The long-awaited inauguration of Trump and Kennedy will be celebrated. The Israeli Mossad's grip on the world's media will crumble. The military doesn't speak because they are busy. Their actions are determined by a quantum computer that takes into account all aspects of the international situation. No one really speaks except to encourage. Troops will be stationed in every country. Then comes the internet shutdown and 10 days of communication darkness. The military will then arrest everyone who has cooperated with the New World Order. In these days and nights, the deep state cabal will fall. We need 100% of the people indoors to see what the U.S. Army will broadcast to everyone in the world. It will be very painful, but we can no longer separate people. Pain is happening now. It had to happen. Sleeping sheep must also experience the pain. Now is the Great Awakening. Civilization will never be the same again. After the Great Fall, those who have not noticed the global collapse will wake up. It's time to wake up the sheep. It's actually far worse than you think. EBS. On Friday, April 24th and Saturday, April 25th, every cell phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, unmistakable alert signal. The signal will be transmitted directly from Starlink satellites, bypassing traditional media channels that are controlled by the elites. The Earth Alliance, Starlink, and the military are all in place, ready to execute the final phase of this plan. The old world is crumbling and a new era of freedom is about to begin. The Earth Alliance has been preparing for this for years, quietly building a network of satellites and secure communication lines. Starlink. The EBS alert will be initiated globally, but will be activated in phases depending on where you are. You may receive the alert slightly earlier or later than others, but make no mistake, it's coming. The goal of the phased rollout is to prevent the deep state from reacting too quickly and to catch them off guard. By the time the full alert is hit, every device on the planet the Earth Alliance will already be executing the next stages of their plan. The signal will be followed by a broadcast, an unfiltered message from the Earth Alliance led by Trump and the key military leaders. This broadcast will bypass the corrupt media, delivering real-time updates about the takedown of the deep state, the mass arrests, and the collapse of the corrupt financial system. How FEMA, the FBI, and other government agencies have been weaponized against the people, carrying out false flags and deliberate disasters to maintain control. The EBS broadcast will last up to 10 days, depending on the situation on the ground. During this time, there will be no internet access, no social media, no TV, no mainstream news. Stock up on food, water, and essential supplies. Have backup power sources ready. You won't be able to go to the store or access online services during this time. Global currency reset on Monday, April 20th, 2026. GCR ignites gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. Trump rips the Fed from cabal control. Sovereign treasury rules with no income tax. Tariffs plus 14% sales tax only. Trump slams 20% global tariff. Deep state melts in panic. 107 on Telegram. On Tuesday, April 21st, 48-hour blackout for Jasara wealth drop. Thursday, April 23rd, Zim redemptions flood projects. New currencies follow. QFS live for all. Monday, April 20th, Trump found 7 tunnels under the White House. For 200 years, every president was told the same thing. There are 2 emergency tunnels beneath the East Wing. Standard protocol, Mr. Poole 2.0 on Telegram. The first 2 were built in 1942 under Roosevelt. The other 5 were never on any blueprint, never in any briefing, never disclosed to any sitting president since their construction. Tunnel 3 connects to the White House to the Capitol, connects the White House to the Capitol building, 1.6 miles underground, built in 1953. Eisenhower didn't know about it, neither did Kennedy. The tunnel was controlled by a group that didn't answer to the Oval Office. That's just one big giant national security risk, isn't it? Tunnel 4 runs directly to the Federal Reserve building, 0.8 miles, private rail system, still operational. That moved gold, documents, and people between the 2 buildings without surface detection. Tunnel 5 leads to an underground facility beneath the Smithsonian that has never appeared on any public record. What's stored there has been classified above top secret since 1961. Hey, maybe it's the giants they've been trying to hide, the skeletal giants that people found buried, and the Smithsonian scooped them up and they were never to be seen. Tunnel 6 and 7, the ones that made Trump's team go silent for 48 hours, led outside Washington, D.C. One terminates at a private estate in Virginia, the other at a facility in Maryland that was officially decommissioned in 1987. It was never decommissioned, it was hidden. When Trump's military engineers entered Tunnel 6, they found it was still powered, still ventilated, still locked. Someone had been using it within the last 90 days. The surveillance footage from inside the tunnel is now in the hands of military intelligence. The faces on that footage are faces you see on television, faces that sit in Congress, faces that attend state dinners. They smiled for the cameras above ground. They did their real work below it. The tunnels are now sealed. The evidence is extracted. The engineers who mapped them have been placed under protective custody. Not witness protection, but military protection, because the people exposed by those tunnels have the resources to make problems disappear. But you can't disappear a quantum encrypted military server, and that's where the footage lies now. Code 7, tunnels. White House, underground, Fed rail, footage secured. What they built in the dark is now exposed to the light. What we think we know as of Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. Monday, April 20th, Iran agreed to let the U.S. come in and take the nuclear dust, which is the enriched uranium. This is what Trump wanted the most, not just to prevent Iran from making nuclear weapons, but to trace where they got the uranium from. Trump is securing the smoking gun. Remember this post from BioClandestine that I put, I guess it was Saturday or Sunday, and this is from Telegram, and he said, the entire military operation in Iran has been about destroying Iran's nuclear program and proving that the Obama administration is responsible for it. That's why Trump repeatedly says the nuclear dust is the #1 most important thing in negotiations. He doesn't just want Iran to sign a deal not to make nukes. He wants the uranium from Fordo so the U.S. military can use nuclear forensics to confirm the origins of all uranium. U.S. military intelligence knows exactly where it came from. I think it was uranium-1, which was mined from Montana, maybe? They're just there to confirm what they already know. Trump is in Iran to gather incontrovertible evidence, isotopic signatures, and nuclear fingerprints. And I'm guessing it's going to lead them right back to Obama and Hillary Clinton and that whole crew. Monday, April 20th, breaking. U.S. military on high alert. Nearly 100 nuclear command messages sent in 24 hours as doomsday plane patrols the Atlantic. Federal criminal charges against former President Barack Obama. Dozens of his top Obama-era officials for masterminding the Russiagate hoax, one of the biggest political scandals in American history. A federal grand jury in the Southern District of Florida is already in session, with indictments expected to start landing by early May at the latest. Sources say over 30 former Obama administration insiders are now cooperating with the feds, turning against the man who allegedly tried to orchestrate a coup against his successor, President Donald Trump. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Monday, April 20th. Think Comms, recognizing the deciphering and deciphering intel. Press release before its news. Monday, April 20th, 2026. Boom. Archbishop Vigano drops nuclear truth bomb. Names global elite in crimes against humanity. Video. It's nice to see someone in the Catholic faith, Catholic Church that is high up. I know he was excommunicated for speaking out, but at least he's trying to get the truth out. He's doing what's right. So not everybody in the Catholic Church is bad. They're not all cabal. There's a deep state element, and then there's a good element. Monday, April 20th, that President Trump is costing Iran $400 million every single day. $13 billion per month, while the Strait of Hormuz is blockaded. Checkmate. The Iranian oil blockade is probably the knockout punch. Their economy is experiencing a crippling depression. This blockade costs the regime $400 million a day. That's $13 billion per month. Iran can only store oil for about 2 weeks before they have to shut off wells. The Iranians can't outlast us. The Iranians are losing their cards here. And that's the regime. The people of Iran are being set free. And they are willing to sacrifice, I'm sure, so that their future generations can live with freedom and not be oppressed under that horrible, evil regime. Monday, April 20th, Kash Patel unleashes bombshell. FBI has the goods on the 2020 stolen election as James Comey faces criminal fallout, and arrests are coming fast in the deep state conspiracy. AMG News. Monday, April 20th, bombshell report the Comey files. Traitor identified. Code red. Justice deployed. James Comey indictment update. April 20th, 2026. AMG News. Government fraud. Monday, April 20th. Minnesota legislators have just filed to impeach Tim Walz for the overwhelming fraud he's allowed across the state. Federal investigation and lawmakers have estimated up to $9 billion in fraud across multiple programs administered by the state. After stopping payments to 450 hospices in California, still not one has called and asked to have their payments reinstated. 450 hospices out of 450 hospices in California were fraud. He says collectively they stole $750 million in just 1 year. And Monday, April 20th, this is where the homeless money in California goes. Democrats gave an NGO $23 million. The NGO used it to buy a mansion in Los Angeles, $125,000 Land Rover, a second home in Greece. U.S. Attorney's Office says they found 12 more California NGOs doing the same thing. U.S. Attorney's Office in L.A. says they are actively investigating at least 12 other similar fraud cases here in California. Sounds like California is headquarters for fraud, and it may be that the entire government in California.
State's deception. Secretary Besson has made it clear that the scale of the fraud is enormous, pointing to systemic failures deliberately created during the previous Biden administration to allow billions to flow into the wrong hands. Fraud protections were stripped away, opening the floodgates for fraudsters and high-level insiders to exploit emergency programs. The money disappeared into black holes of corruption, possibly funding shadowy operations against the American people. Now, the Trump administration is fighting back with a powerful incentive program, offering up to 30% rewards for information leading to the recovery of these misappropriated funds. This empowers everyday citizens and whistleblowers to step forward and reclaim what was stolen. It is an all-hands-on-deck effort to protect taxpayer money and restore accountability after years of unchecked abuse. This money was brazenly stolen from hard-working Americans and must be returned. This crackdown signals that the free ride for criminals in the system is over. The administration is tracking down every dollar and bringing those responsible to justice. For canons and truth seekers, this is a clear sign that the Great Awakening is accelerating, set to surface. Patriots are encouraged to come forward with information, knowing they can be rewarded while striking a blow against the cabal. The hunt for the stolen billions is underway, and truth and justice will prevail. Expect major revelations in the coming weeks that will shake the corrupt establishment. President Trump and his team are draining the swamp, making America great again by holding the thieves accountable. The American people deserve restitution, and this program delivers it. Elite impunity is ending as truth shines on these crimes. This goes beyond recovering money. It restores faith and prevents future thefts. Rewards will open floodgates of information, leading to a cascade of exposures. Stay vigilant, patriots, as the plan unfolds with more victories against the deep state. The best is yet to come in this battle for the nation.
Monday, April 20th, Dr. Keen Zomarodi explains what's really happened in Iran. JFK Secrets on Telegram. You know, when you hear us Persians say that we've been foreign occupied by Islam, what we mean is genuinely the people that have taken us over. These guys are right here. He shows the Iran leaders. They're not even Iranian. They're not even Persian. These lot are Arab Islamists who have come into our country, taken us over, and forced our people to follow their rules. Look at the flag that they replaced ours with, shown in video. Can you see the small letters embedded within the flag? These are Arabic letters. Our own people can't even read the flag. This is the level of foreign occupation we're talking about. And I think not many people are aware of the situation. So it's important to spread this message, so you guys understand what we're going through here, why we are so passionate about getting our land back. Monday, April 20th, his name was Nikola Tesla, the man who invented the future. Wireless energy, free power, technology that could not be metered, taxed, or sold. Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram. Tesla dies alone in room 3327 of the New Yorker hotel. Within 48 hours, the FBI seizes everything, every document, every blueprint, every notebook, every patent. They buried him. They stole his work. They erased his name from history. But they made one mistake. They called in one man to review the seized papers, a professor from MIT, an electrical engineer, the only person outside the government who saw what Tesla left behind. His name was Dr. John G. Trump, Donald Trump's uncle. The Trump family has held Tesla's secrets for 83 years. 3 generations, one bloodline, guarding the most dangerous knowledge on earth. Free energy, suppressed since 1943. Wireless power, patented and classified. Healing frequencies locked in black projects. Quantum technology. Monday, April 20th, the greatest show on earth. Alert, alert, alert. More than 200,000 actors from central casting using CGI, AI masks, and voice modulation were used in this movie. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. In a stunning revelation shaking the foundations of perceived reality, more than 200,000 actors from central casting have been deployed in the greatest show on earth, utilizing advanced CGI, AI-generated masks, and sophisticated voice modulation. These performers create convincing clones and doubles of public figures across politics, Hollywood, and royalty. This massive deception blurs the lines between truth and illusion, fooling the public for far too long. Joe Biden's clone number 9 was recently captured walking normally with ease, directly contradicting the frail image pushed by the media. High-profile individuals including Justin Trudeau, Anthony Fauci, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Tom Hanks, and royal family members like Prince Harry and Meghan Markle have allegedly been replaced or supported by these replicas. Military tribunals initiated by President Donald J. Trump's executive orders in 2019 continue actively into 2026. Many deep state cabal members have faced justice, replaced by body doubles to maintain control and narratives. White hats use them for protection and diversion, while black hats push agendas of the Illuminati and 13 bloodlines. Various types of entities are involved, from genetic clones developed in labs to synthetic beings made from organic materials, advanced organic robotoids, and skilled lookalikes enhanced with technology. Centralized operations, including those at Gitmo, show clones processed in identical environments, revealing a coordinated effort behind the scenes. Patriots and truth seekers must remain vigilant as the Great Awakening unfolds. Question the mainstream media and everything presented as fact. The deep state's elaborate schemes are crumbling under the pressure of the White Hat Alliance led by President Trump. Ethical concerns surround the creation and use of these artificial humans for manipulation and power. As illusions become exposed, humanity edges closer to true freedom and transparency. In 2026, the veil continues to lift, bringing forth evidence of this grand production. It is essential for all awake citizens to unite, seek the truth, and support the restoration of the Republic and global justice. And just a side note, I hope going forward in the future, they will have ways for us to determine whether somebody's a clone or they are, in a mask or something, so that these kinds of things can't happen again. Satanic deep state banks and corporations failing, assets seized, fiat US dollar collapsing, global currency reset activated, and power shifting back to the people. Be prepared. Temporary martial law. Withdraw monies from your bank to ensure yourself funds for a 10-day period when banks, ATMs will be closed. In God we trust. Trust in His divine plan. And we have a quote from Wes Stafford. Joy is a decision, a really brave one, about how you're going to respond to life. Judy note, on Sunday, April 19th, the White House urged all to be aware that traditional banking was no longer safe because of the fiat currency of the deep state cabal banking system. Their banks were in the process of being closed without warning because they were not Basel III compliant, did not have the gold or assets to back up their money. On Sunday, April 19, 2026 alone, over 143,931 individual bank accounts were frozen by banks. In the last few weeks, some bank customers have complained they could not get access to their accounts. It was strongly advised that right now you withdraw monies from your present bank account to avoid not being able to access your monies in case your account was frozen. Additionally, you will need cash to function on during the upcoming 10 days of darkness when banks will be closed while credit cards and ATMs will not be working. In a couple of weeks, citizens of all 209 countries that were part of the global currency reset would be called in to redemption centers in their country to set up their new money accounts, called wallets, on the new Starlink satellite system, where their present bank account balance has been mirrored. If you were living in the U.S. but were a citizen of another country, you would need to go to that country to set up your wallet. No one else could set it up for you. On Saturday, April 2nd, 2026, the new quantum financial system took over all deep state control of the cabal's global banking SWIFT system. Mass asset searches began against corrupt elites worldwide. Release of Nasara to Sara funds were the bullets that would kill our corrupt world banks, create a stock market, and a deep state corporation's collapse connected to the Vatican. The new Starlink satellite network was now fully operational with expanded control over financial infrastructure and global communications, including television, radio, and internet broadcasts. The legacy fiat currency-based SWIFT financial system was set to be offline, replaced by a new gold and asset-backed global financial framework, now functioning worldwide. At any moment, the emergency broadcast system was expected to override all devices, phones, televisions, radios, and internet-connected screens across the globe. We appeared to be just days away on Friday, April 24th from the worldwide emergency broadcast system alert, start of 10 days of communication darkness, and completion of the global currency reset. That meant a NESARA announcement was imminent, freedom from debt where illegal mortgages, credit cards, loans were excused, marking the official start of the new system and end of the old world structure. The White House has been lit up in gold, symbolizing that the golden age has begun. The constitutional republic has been fully restored. The global EBS announcement will come with 7 trumpets sounding on our cell phones worldwide. Starlink will have total dominance. Cabal backdoors eliminated. All screens, all channels around the world will carry one broadcast in all major languages. The EBS will give out 7 messages from President Trump and urge us to tune into our TVs, radio, and internet, where full disclosure will be shown in sequenced 8-hour documentaries, 3 times a day for 10 days, to awaken the masses. A temporary global lockdown window was being prepared to secure the broadcast phase. A 10 days of darkness window will open the communications blackout to install secure systems. During that 10 days, the internet and ATMs will not work. Banks will be closed. All TV and radio programming will be taken over worldwide by Global Military Alliance broadcasts. Phones will only work for 911 calls worldwide, but we can obtain a signal app from the military, which will secure the phones for regular use through the new Starlink satellite system and quantum computer. During this period, the truth will be delivered without interruption. Election fraud proof, child trafficking exposures, bioweapon crimes, Fort Knox audit, bombshells. Actually, the QFS was already active. Global trust funds and seized cabal assets have been moved into quantum ledgers for return to the people. 63 banks have collapsed due to non-compliance to Basel III, gold asset-backed currency, $517 billion lost. Each citizen will receive texts, emails to push notifications, a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status, and access to the citizen's own sovereign fund dashboard. As of Sunday, February 1st, 2026, the QFS Global Sync was locked and irreversible, with 209 nations that now had gold-backed currency. The fiat slavery system was dead. U.S. Sync Corporation was officially bankrupt and dissolved. Deep state assets have been seized. Trillions in stolen wealth has been redirected to humanity via global trust funds. Debt jubilee being executed. Mortgages, credit cards, student loans erased under NESARA protocols. Prosperity packages preloaded for Tier 4B humanitarians.
It's the 20th of April 2026. And this week and right now, we are all being distracted by what's happening in Iran and Israel. But this is to take your eyes away from the complete collapse of the financial system that's happening behind the scenes. The deep state and the cabal, they need war. They need war for 2 reasons: to cover up their crimes within the financial sector, and also to try and get more control over the people. Under the guise, it's for your safety. It's time for you to wake up to what's really going on, and thank God that a lot of my audience are wide awake. They can see what's going on. But sadly, there are still people out there who haven't got a clue what's going on. And if they were told to put a mask on tomorrow and put a nappy on their face, they'd do it in a heartbeat. It's time to wake up and see what's really going on and use a bit of common sense. The financial system is in total collapse. I warned you about it 4 years ago. I took my money out of the banking system 4 years ago, and I put it all into physical gold. In 4 years, I have doubled my worth just in gold. So whether you like the idea of taking your money out of the bank or not, financially, it's been a huge benefit and still will be for those who do exactly that. There's people out there that say, well, I've left my money in the bank because I get 4 or 5% increase per year. But when inflation is 5% in real terms and probably a lot higher, you're losing money. So be wise, but don't also get carried away with the war in Iran and Israel, because that's to take your eyes off the complete collapse of the old financial system. It's now time to take responsibility for you, your lives, your assets and everything else, and not leave it to somebody else. Morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. Well, that leads me to my first story, Charlie, because claims are circulating online. Today could be the worst market day of 2026, with fears of sharp losses in stocks, metals, and crypto. Reports suggest Iran has rejected US talks, raising concerns of fresh Middle East escalation and possible pressure on oil routes. Commentators say if market prices prolonged conflict, volatility could surge fast.
This is all part of the distraction. And I'll tell you right now that when you do your research properly, instead of just believing what mainstream media, and I talked to somebody the other day, and they said, well, I heard it on the BBC and ITV, two completely different sources. Wake up. If you want to see the other side, you have to listen to Arabic news, different Arab channels, different Iranian channels, different Russian channels, different Chinese channels, and you can sit there and go, it's all propaganda. You live in a propaganda bubble in the UK, in America, where you only listen to what you're told. Sometimes you have to look outside to find the truth. And then when you hear both sides, then that's when you need divine intervention. That's when you need God to help you establish what really is true. What's happening in the Middle East right now is nothing like you're being told. It's all propaganda, it's all narrative, and it's all to distract away from the fact that the fiat financial system is in complete and utter freefall and has been for a long time. There's a lot of things that are changing. And remember, it doesn't change overnight because this financial system has been in place since 1913. So it's going to take a lot of hard work to change it. Over 100 years of contamination and corruption is being exposed right now in plain sight. Drew.
Claims are circulating that Keir Starmer will resign as UK Prime Minister today, with David Lammy as interim leader and a Labour contest to follow. Well, it would be a sharp reset for a government that promised stability. Britain's real problem, growth, migration, security. I don't think it's going to vanish with a new face. Do you, Charlie?
No, it's certainly not. And this is all part of the exposure. What's happened to the UK is the UK as a country, whether you like it or not, and I'm English, it's disintegrated. And that's because the people in control of it, doesn't matter if they're Labour or Conservative, they're all cheeks of the same backside. The whole country is in complete collapse. You're not safe anymore in the streets. It's a mess. People are on the breadline. And it's very interesting also. We're seeing change around the world right now. We'll see the complete collapse of the British government. Doesn't matter who comes in, it'll all collapse. And the people that are in power at the moment, they're managing the collapse in the pantomime. We saw it yesterday, the way things are changing in Bulgaria. We're seeing what's happening in Hungary. Hungary was a very interesting thing because of the fact that Viktor Orban has done so much good there. And then suddenly the EU and their cronies, the Soroses, etc., they funded to get Peter Magyar into office. They forget the fact that Peter Magyar was far more right than even Viktor Orban, but he pretended to be their friend. They paid for him to get into power, which exposed the fact that you can pay money to get people into office. That exposed that. Then as soon as he got into office, he was more extreme than whatever Viktor Orban ever was about the borders, shutting down the borders, and not taking all the immigrants, etc. This is all part of the exposure in the pantomime. But as it says so many times in all the religious texts in the world, fear not, don't live in fear. This is all part of the dismantling of the old system. There will be the birth of the new one, but before you build the new one, you have to get rid of the old one. That's what we're going through right now. It's going to be messy, it's going to be dirty, but don't live in fear. Live for today. It's a special day. You're here in the greatest time in history. Enjoy the absolutely crazy shit show that's going on right now.
Global currency reset. On Monday, April 20th, 2026, GCR ignites gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. Trump rips the Fed from cabal control. Sovereign Treasury rules with no income tax. Tariffs plus 14% sales tax only. Trump slams 20% global tariff. Deep state melts in panic. 107 on Telegram. On Tuesday, April 21st, 2026, 48-hour blackout for Jasara Wealth drop. On Thursday, April 23rd, 2026, Zim redemptions flood projects. New currencies follow. QFS live for all. Sunday, April 19th, President Trump has just approved a massive U.S. stimulus package, around $2.5 trillion set to flow into the economy over the next 12 months. Liquidity is back. Markets about to go parabolic. Quantum financial system on Telegram. Friday, April 17th, Putin smashes the Rothschild financial cabal. Our future generations will be born without Rothschild chains around their wrists and ankles. A historic strike against the globalists. April 19th, breaking special report, economic fury. Why Trump's warning went only to Britain. Trump's economic fury dismantles the British imperial system. Video AMG News. Sunday, April 19th, overnight, the quantum rails lit up with a new set of test pings. 14 corridors across Asia, Africa, and South America reported sub-second settlement on asset-backed tokens. Independent auditors captured the ledger hash and confirmed it links to the same chain shown during last week's Paymaster demo. Nasara Jasara Trump on Telegram. Private inboxes are buzzing. If you received the green bar notification, that means your KYC file passed final reconciliation and your appointment slot will populate inside the SafeLink portal within 48 hours. Keep 2 devices charged and ready. The link opens only once per IP. Key signs the engine is warming up. Number 1, liquidity sync. Tier 1 banks just moved standby capital into mirrored escrow nodes. Backroom chatter says this is the go signals compliance teams have been waiting for. Messaging shift. Select channels on Swift went read-only for 22 minutes during the sync window. Exactly the test pattern we were told to expect. Number 3, escrow contracts live. Project managers can now preview smart contract templates in the sandbox environment. Open them, check the clauses, and have amendments ready before you walk into the room. What to do right now. Snapshot every project budget in both fiat and grams of gold. Negotiators love hard numbers. Verify that each receiving account is already set up for instant settlement. No ACH holds. Write a 1-paragraph impact statement for every community initiative you plan to fund. Brevity signals mastery. Stay radio silent about precise figures. Security teams have zero tolerance for leaks at this stage. Guru Information and Intel, Sunday, April 19th. Well-known whistleblower Edward Snowden claimed the HAARP facility in Alaska that was said to be a scientific installation studying the ionosphere was really a device that could affect human systems on a level that leaves no trace, where outcomes appear natural and causes remain hidden, not chaos but precision, not noise but control. Ezra A. Cohen. Such systems would not just be used for physical outcomes, but for shaping thought, behavior, and credibility. Individuals could be influenced, discredited, or destabilized without ever understanding why. In such a world, truth becomes fragile and perception becomes weaponized. Snowden's name adds weight to these discussions because of his past revelations. The suggestion that classified documents exist, tied to high-level programs and defense networks, pushes this narrative into deeper territory, one where technology, secrecy, and power intersect. There are also claims that this system is not isolated, that it connects with broader infrastructure, communication networks, surveillance systems, and advanced research programs, forming a web that operates quietly in the background of everyday life. Sunday, April 19th, the panic in Washington is deafening. They want you watching the blockade. They want you watching the Middle East. The real war is inside Congress right now. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. Pam Bondi refused to testify. The media says she's hiding. No, she's protecting the ledger. The Oversight Committee doesn't want truth. They want to know exactly what evidence the White House has so they can destroy it. She didn't defy a subpoena. She denied from the roadmap to their own survival. The unredacted Epstein files are secured. The flight logs are verified. The acting AG is playing his part perfectly. They cannot stop the release. Look at the universities. Students already demanding names stripped from buildings. Wait until they find out who funded the endowments. Watch the sudden resignations this week. Watch the private jets leaving D.C. The trap is fully closed. And remember, this is a side note, Juana Savin has always said that Pam Bondi was like a placeholder. She had to be put in that position. She had to get approved by, the cabal-owned Congress in order to get her in, and she would be a placeholder until later for the next phase of this operation. From William Gregg, First Day, Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Veterans that know say that from April 2026 and beyond, Alliance military forces will be making arrests in 209 countries. In the U.S. election fraud, there were more than 1.5 million people involved. The little people at the polls get minimum of 10 years in jail. The leaders, 50 plus years, and if charged with treason against America, to remove a sitting president from office, the penalty is death. Gitmo is full, so we have to watch how this plays out here in Canada. It's hard to tell as the Alliance military makes the arrests at night. They've used 200,000 actors from central casting and clones. Since 2017, 7 to 8 million arrests. Many were executed before 2020. In 2021, there was a long list put out. Mostly European politicians and royalty arrested. Life in prison or death. It was the same thing for Hollywood. On January 21st, 2021, when VP Mike Pence did not hear the 50-plus complaints of U.S. 2020 election fraud and certified the vote, traitor, around 388 members of Congress were arrested. Remember, somebody handed him a gold coin? That's very telling. The green U.S. military prison buses were seen leaving the Capitol building. Three-star General Flynn knows where all the bodies are buried. You also have Admiral Rogers, who told President Trump that Obama and Hillary were spying on him. He is a major hero for doing that. JFK 35 is Q. President Trump is Q+, 45, 46, 47. With JFK Jr. as VP, a wartime president under the rules of war and continuity of government. In God we trust. We're still in a military. What we think we know as of Monday, April 20th, 2026. Wednesday, April 15th, the final sequence of the plan to save the world has been activated. The military, White House, and Space Force are in charge. Expect EBS blackout, 10 days of darkness lockdowns. China and North Korea threaten to invade the U.S. Iraq and 24/7 blackout. Since Tuesday, Trump remains in a secured facility. 1 million U.S. troops stationed across the nation remain on high alert. Worldwide mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophile elites ongoing. Sunday, April 19th, starting in 1997 and up until 2018, Congress quietly used a secret fund with over $18 million of our tax dollars, while keeping the names of the accused members hidden from the public. Congress has voted to keep the names of congresspeople who used the funds secret. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. Sunday, April 19th, an American checks her student loans. She borrowed $49,548 after 120 payments. She paid $25,558. Her current balance is $50,000. After paying $25,000, she now owes more than she originally borrowed. This isn't aid, it's a scam. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. Sunday, April 19th, there is incontrovertible evidence that Obama was the head of a seditious conspiracy to subvert the will of the American people and overthrow the United States government in 2016. The rabbit hole on Telegram. Friday, April 17th, exposed. RFK Jr. sounds the alarm. Digital ID plus CBDCs equals total slavery. Resist now or be enslaved forever. Sunday, April 19th, code name, atmospheric control, weaponizing the sky, DARPA, DOD, and the dark geopolitics of weather warfare. The DARPA files exposed. Tucker Carlson video breakdown. The President Trump is costing Iran $400 million every single day, $13 billion per month, while the Strait of Hormuz is blockaded. Checkmate. Sunday, April 19th, Trump post bombshell email. Brennan gave Morell green light to launch Biden laptop disinformation. Sunday, April 19th, breaking special report. Elon Musk warns the hammer of justice is coming as deep state debate explodes. When conspiracy stops sounding like fiction. AMG News. Sunday, April 19th, Gitmo files exposed. Obama and Biden's $7 billion shell scheme. The largest taxpayer heist in U.S. history. AMG News. Sunday, April 19th, breaking overnight intel drop. World's most critical oil route under strain. Iran challenges the system. Trump's America moves to protect global stability and energy security. Intel drop, April 19th. Saturday, April 18th, the greatest show on earth. Alert, alert, alert. More than 200,000 actors from central casting using CGI, AI, masks, and voice modulation were used in this movie. Saturday, April 18th, exclusive. 1987 interview reveals Trump's Iran war strategy decades ahead of time. Prophecy unfolds. Video.
It comes from the former CIA director, Mike Morell. Yes, the guy that organized that letter from the 51 intelligence professionals who tried to fake you into thinking that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation when it wasn't. It is between him and John Brennan, one of the signatories. You know who John Brennan is? He was Obama's CIA director, right? He's the guy that told Obama, hey, Hillary Clinton is doing a dirty trick on Donald Trump called Russia collusion. Well, this is just before the presidential debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Hunter Biden's laptop is flinging out there. This is what Mike Morell, former CIA director, tells his successor, John Brennan. Hey, sign this letter because I'm, quote, trying to give the campaign, particularly during the debate on Thursday, a talking point to push back on Trump on this issue. A man with a security clearance, a man with the title of CIA director, knew that he wasn't creating an intelligence product, a mere civic duty with 51 people. He was trying to create a political moment. Damning evidence. We'll try to find out if Congress has this letter, but this is a very important piece. It is the ultimate proof that what went out on that letter was a political dirty trick coordinated with the Biden campaign.
Feeling. I've got no evidence or facts to back that up. My feeling is, knowing what I know, because it has already collapsed and the speed we're moving at now, by comparison to 2021, 22, 23, I would suggest we're very, very close to seeing the public collapse.
Jeff has asked, do you think the bond market will collapse too?
Yeah, I do. I think it will all collapse. The bond market, the banking, the housing market, everything. And that's when I believe we'll get the 10 days of darkness to cover up the complete collapse of the banking.
Wednesday the 15th, 2026, watch the water. They sealed the strait, not for oil, not for war, for what is hidden beneath the water. Mr. Poole on Telegram. The gold reserves they moved in 2011, the servers they sank in 2019, the encrypted ledgers that hold every transaction the cabal ever made. The blockade is not keeping ships out, it's keeping evidence in. Sunday, April 19th, 2026, the retrieval begins. You were told to watch the water. The injustice of the justice system. Sunday, April 19th, Fox News. The Trump DOJ is dropping another bombshell. The Biden-Merrick Garland DOJ's weaponization more than doubled prison sentences for pro-life activists. It claims the Biden Justice Department, led by former Attorney General Merrick Garland, weaponized the law to target pro-life defendants and tried to give them longer prison sentences. And that includes the case of pro-life activist Mark Hook. The father of 7 was charged with obstructing access to an abortion clinic. A SWAT team of more than a dozen people raided his home, arresting him in front of his children. He faced up to 11 years in prison. A jury later acquitted him. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. Sunday, April 19th, guilty verdict. In Oregon, rainwater falling on your own land doesn't actually belong to you. Gary Harrington built 3 reservoirs on his 170-acre property to collect rainwater and snowmelt for fire protection. The state demanded he drain every drop. All water belongs to us. He refused. They hit him with 9 misdemeanors, jailed him for 30 days, fined him more than $15,000. This is government claiming ownership of the sky? What's next? Your air, your soil? Actually, yes. Quantum Financial System on Telegram.
Breaking. Hillary Clinton in full panic as Weiner laptop files. Ready for public release, secret emails, Obama contacts, payoff records, and dirty secrets exposed? Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Weiner laptop is the single most dangerous piece of evidence still in the shadows. Its full public release will end Hillary Clinton for good. As of April 2026, with President Trump back in the White House dismantling the old regime, the push to hide these files has become even more frantic. This device contains the full blueprint of the Clinton machine, including child trafficking networks, money laundering operations, Epstein, blackmail, and treason reaching the Obama Oval Office. It ties together every betrayal of the American people. Seized by the NYPD in 2016, investigators found thousands of Clinton emails, Huma Abedin's messages, and an insurance policy folder with compromise on politicians and elites. Comey and Lynch buried it to shield Clinton through the election. Trafficking evidence is central, with patterns matching Epstein activities and coordination through State Department channels during Clinton's time as Secretary of State and Foundation projects. Financial records detail pay-to-play with foreign funds routed through the Clinton Foundation and offshore accounts. Obama pseudonyms show his role in protecting the network from oversight. Huma Abedin served as the key note handling classified information and leverage strategies. The files expose efforts to undermine Trump via open borders, weak energy policies, and bad trade deals. References to cleanup protocol. Today in 2026, these files connect to the globalist fight against Trump's second term. The Epstein links fuel current lawfare and control pushes. Trump's DOJ stands ready to declassify the full archive. The documents link straight from 2016 scandals through Russia hoax impeachments 2020. Issues and all lawfare. The same networks still attack American sovereignty. Trump has always seen this fight as existential. His current administration is the cleanup phase. The Weiner laptop release will prove every America First policy counters the deep state betrayal. The archive was never meant to surface, serving as ultimate insurance for those viewing America as profit and citizens as expendable. The exposure draws near and cannot be stopped. Hillary Clinton, Huma Abedin, and all involved will finally face justice. The deep state racket collapses and the republic reclaims its sovereignty. Election fraud. Sunday, the 19th of April, 2026. The most in-your-face evidence of election fraud caught at the State Farm Arena in GA. On camera, showing Democrat election workers lie to associates and poll watchers, telling everyone to go home, come back with nitrogen monoxide oversight, pull out hidden suitcases of ballots that they hid earlier, and run the same batches of fraudulent ballots all throughout the night until Biden's margin of victory cleared Trump's massive lead. This same operation happened in numerous other swing states, some counting fraudulent ballots for days or weeks until Biden's lead was greater than Trump's. The 2020 election was stolen, and it was caught on camera. These cameras weren't for the election. They just happened to be there for security purposes from the State Farm Arena. Otherwise, we would have never caught this on camera. Gassara Nassara, on Telegram. Sunday, the 19th of April, 2026. CBS investigative journalist Catherine Harridge has gone public with explosive allegations. CBS executives deliberately buried the Hunter Biden laptop story and ordered her to wait until after the 2022 midterms to help the Democratic Party. Gassara Nassara on Telegram. Sun, the 19th of April, 2026. Before the 2020 election, USB keys and a laptop were stolen from a PA election warehouse, which grants full admin access and compromises the entire election. Trump led PA by 800,000 votes when counting stopped. Biden then won the state by 60,000 votes. Guess what county gave Biden the 60,000 vote win? The same PA county that the USB keys and a laptop were stolen from. There are no coincidences. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. Sunday, the 19th of April, 2026. After a 68% error rate with mail-in ballots was found in the Michigan 2020 election, a forensic audit of Dominion voting machines by election experts was performed. The results were released by a judge that read, "We conclude that the Dominion voting system is intentionally and purposefully designed with inherent errors to create systemic fraud and influence election results. The system intentionally generates an enormously high number of ballot errors. The electronic ballots are then transferred for adjudication. The intentional errors lead to bulk adjudication of ballots with no oversight, no transparency, and no audit trail. This leads to voter or election fraud. Based on our study, we conclude that the Dominion voting system should not be used in Michigan. We further conclude that the results of Antrim County should not have been certified." The rabbit hole on Telegram. Sun, the 19th of April, 2026. Servers connected to SCYTL in foreign countries were seized in Germany, which contained U.S. voting data and raw data of algorithms that showed how thousands of votes were switched from Trump to Biden within seconds during the 2020 election. Why is U.S. election data leaving the country in the first place when they know for a fact that it can be altered as soon as it's connected to the internet?
What we thought we knew, but it didn't really know, and now am supposed to know, but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies, Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Sunday, the 19th of April, 2026, USA's Secretary of State Marco Rubio. I don't care what the UN says. The UN is a corrupted disaster that puts third world dictators on human rights councils and promotes the replacement of white people. Sunday, the 19th of April, 2026. Obama dropped more bombs than any other president, a total of 92,000 plus from 2009 to 2016. In 2015, a total of 29,643 bombs dropped, and 32,080 in 2016 alone. Obama also ordered over 514 drone strikes and had a weekly Tuesday morning kill list meeting with former CIA Director John Brennan. They would target whoever they wanted gone and order strikes or send in a unit or AM agent to get the job done. Sunday, the 19th of April, 2026, the world's largest skin bank is in Israel, stocked from Palestinian bodies. White Hats on Telegram. Sunday, the 19th of April, 2026. From the Epstein Files. Joe Biden died, and the masked clones are getting worse by the day. One of the clones was malfunctioning. Wednesday, the 15th of April, 2026, Netanyahu's real name is Milikowski, an Ashkenazi Jew from Poland who grew up in New York. He doesn't represent a people. He represents a machine. Political, military, ideological. Wednesday, the 15th of April, 2026, military tribunals operate under the Insurrection Act to handle treason cases beyond Supreme Court reach. Deep state criminals, rogue agents, and shadow government operatives face justice for their soft coup efforts and subversion plans targeting America. Wednesday, the 15th of April, 2026, John McAfee. Footage exposes Bill Gates breeding alien hybrids at Epstein's Zorro Ranch. Bill Gates and Jeffrey Epstein were involved in black op government experiments involving disposable orphan children and aliens, according to bombshell footage recorded by John McAfee.
So the news is coming fast and furious. It's hard to keep up with, but the feeling that I get is we are accelerating towards the climax of this movie. I want to start off this update with a video that I found that is basically an overview of the final phase of the operation. I cannot confirm its accuracy, but I think the overall theme is on point. So, with that said, let's start the show.
Right, let's get right into it. What we're about to cover, this is not a theory. It's not a forecast. We are breaking down the operational blueprint for the final disclosure. This is the fully orchestrated step-by-step delivery of absolute truth. This is the playbook, so listen closely. So first things first, you have to understand the core concept here. It's called the final production. Every event that's about to happen, and to most people it's going to look like complete and utter chaos, is actually part of a meticulously controlled military operation. Nothing is random. It is all a grand production with one single goal: to wake up humanity. And this right here, this is the headline for the entire show. A total white hat / GAA production. Now, we'll get into exactly what those terms mean in a second, but the main takeaway is this. What looks like the world falling apart is actually a strategic military-grade takedown of the old parasite system. And get this, that system is already gone. We're just watching the final scenes of the movie play out. So who exactly is running this thing? Who are the producers? Well, these are the key players, the white hats. And we're not just talking about some political insiders here. No, they're described as this dedicated force of both human and, yes, ET souls who have incarnated on Earth over and over again specifically for this mission. They're the boots on the ground working hand in glove with the Global Galactic Alliance and Space Force to execute this final phase. So what's the end game? What's the whole point? It's all very, very delicate balancing act. The whole operation is designed to be just shocking enough to jolt the masses awake, to finally shatter that collective trance, and to completely dismantle the old parasite infrastructure. But, and this is absolutely crucial, it's designed to do all of this in a controlled way, to pull us back from the brink of a total, uncontrolled societal collapse. Think of it as a controlled demolition, not a freefall. Okay, so how do you get the undivided attention of billions of people who have been programmed their whole lives to ignore the truth? That's where this next part comes in. The 4 scare events. The plan requires a sequence of really dramatic, staged events. They're designed to be so unbelievable that they just completely override the mainstream narrative, capture everyone's attention, and force the world to question everything they thought was real. And here they are, the 4 major acts in this global play. We're talking about a worldwide communications blackout, followed by a simulated world war, then a totally mind-bending fake alien invasion, and finally symbolic energy strikes against the world's most infamous seats of power. Each one is a calculated move, designed to crank up the pressure on the collective until it finally breaks free. Let's break each one down. First up, the comms blackout. This is what creates the initial shock and silence. It forces everyone to look up from their phones. The plan is to sever the main undersea fiber optic cables, which will effectively just turn off the internet and global communications. Instantly, the old media guard will start pushing a fake story, pointing fingers at some enemy to stir up as much fear as possible. Right after the blackout, we move into the next phase, World War III theater. And the keyword here really is theater. This is not a real war. The plan calls for very limited surgical missile strikes on sites that have already been cleared out, empty buildings, symbolic locations. But the media, they're going to amplify it to make it look like we're on the edge of nuclear Armageddon. The whole point of this performance is to push the global fear level to its absolute maximum. Then, right at the peak of all that manufactured fear, they pull out the showstopper, the fake alien invasion. You may have heard this called Project Bluebeam. It's basically using advanced holographic tech, our own tech, repurposed to create these huge, totally believable illusions. The skies will literally fill with holographic fleets. Can you even imagine? The shockwave from that alone is designed to just shatter any last remaining piece of what we thought was a normal reality. And the final act of these scare events? Symbolic energy strikes. The plan says that direct energy weapons operated by the Alliance will hit 34 very specific buildings around the world. These are places that are seen as the symbolic anchors of the old power structure. We're talking the Vatican, Buckingham Palace, the White House. Within this operation, these places are considered satanic strongholds, and taking them down is a very public, very symbolic end of the old guard. So after this series of escalating, engineered chaos, the whole plan shifts gears. The scare events are meant to create this global pause, this moment where the entire world is just in shock and finally ready to hear something new. And that brings us to Section 3, the lockdown window, a period specifically for mass revelation. Now, it is so important to understand what this lockdown is and what it isn't. This is nothing like the health-related lockdowns we've seen before. No, this is a military-led stabilization effort. It's designed specifically to protect civilians and maintain order, to create a safe and calm environment for everyone to process the information that's about to be released. It's for protection, not control. So, during this 3 to 10 day lockdown, the Emergency Broadcast System, or EBS, is going to be activated globally. It's going to take over every single TV, radio, and online channel, and for 72 hours, or maybe even longer, it's going to broadcast a series of pre-made, high-def documentaries, and these will contain irrefutable proof of everything that's been hidden, the election fraud. The whole purpose of the EBS is crystal clear, and this quote says it all. The goal is to deliver names, faces, and evidence so undeniable that it shatters the false reality of the sleepers in one single decisive blow. After this, there will be no going back. There will be no room left for doubt. You might be thinking, okay, but with these kinds of world-shattering truths being beamed into every home, how do you stop society from just completely flying apart? It's a natural question. And that brings us to our 4th section, securing the realm. This part of the plan is all about the logistics of keeping order. This slide shows a huge shift in public authority. According to the plan, all the existing police forces around the world will be officially stood down. They're out. In their place, the Earth Alliance military will become a visible presence on the streets. But here's the key difference. Their job isn't law enforcement. It's civilian protection during this transition. And let's be perfectly clear on this point. The plan is adamant. This is not oppressive martial law. Not even close. It's described as a temporary protective measure, purely to provide a secure and stable environment. The entire goal is to let people safely absorb the bombshells from the EBS broadcasts without society falling into widespread chaos and violence. And this quote right here is the ultimate reassurance. It confirms that the real battle, it's already been won. The old parasite network has been gone for years. What we are all about to witness is simply the final act of a scripted disclosure. It is not a last-ditch power grab. It's a victory lap. So we've walked through the whole global plan, from the scare events to the lockdown to the truth broadcasts. But that brings us to the final and honestly the most important part of this whole thing, your role. This is where the plan becomes personal. This is where you become a key player on the board. And so this slide asks the most important question for anyone who's hearing this. When the world is in shock, when that AI scaffolding, the automated social and media programs that run the old reality, when all of that starts to crumble, what are you supposed to do? What's your job? And here it is. This is your mission directive. Your role isn't to argue. It's not to try and preach into the noise. Your job is to be a lighthouse, a point of stability, calmly holding your ground, being that beacon of calm and clarity for everyone around you who will be totally lost in the storm as their entire world shatters. So, this is your final instruction, and it's the most powerful part of the entire plan. When the time comes, the most impactful thing you can possibly do is just stay calm. Anchor that frequency of truth. Be the lighthouse for your family, your friends, your community. This was the plan all along, and now you know your part to play.
We have been for the last, since 71, when we did a reset and went out the gold standard.
Yes.
We've been dealing with this situation where there's been no reset in over 50 years. That is the longest period we've ever gone without a reset, because we had one in 1933, we had one in 45 with Bretton Woods, and we had one in 71.
Mm-hmm. Good
so
point.
That's allowed everything to build to epic levels in terms of debt level, and it's all got to be handled. So there's a lot of things to get sorted here, and it's going to really bring some things to a head. Now, Trump posted this week an interesting image, and it's a video from 1929.
Mm.
And I know a lot of people just looked at the video and thought, what does that mean? And if you see the video, you see people walking down the streets of New York, and they're all in their suits and dresses, and they're
Well
just
dressed.
going about their business like everything is great. But if you remember, 1929 is when the market crashed, right? And we went into the Great Depression.
Sure. Yes.
And towards the end of the video, it shows them all lining up like they're getting into a soup line. Okay?
Yep.
He's giving you information.
Signal. Yep.
When he says this. These are the signals. And even
Absolutely.
right now, it looks like everything's okay. Everything's going to be fine. Let's not look at 38 trillion of debt. Let's not look at the bond crisis going on across America. There's billions and billions of bonds that can't be repaid. Let's not look at any of that. Everything's just fine. Wake up. We got to wake up.
Absolutely.
Because these things don't just evaporate. They don't just go away. The bond crisis is fascinating. What you've had is counties across the entire nation raising the valuation on homes, thereby raising the property taxes in each of those counties. And based upon the raising property taxes, they could take out additional bonds, which is debt, for the school, claiming it's for the school system. But if the question I have is this, and no one's been able to answer it. If the property taxes are being paid to fund the schools, why are the schools borrowing money against that tax income stream?
Yeah.
And who's getting the money? Where did it go?
Mm-hmm.
You see?
Yes.
There's a whole lot, and we've just started this whole fraud thing. You know, we had the vice president that was just appointed as the fraud czar, which I think he wears the title with great pride. And
Yes.
We had the acting attorney general come out and talk about the launch of a special fraud unit that's going to be looking into this. And he's assigning 93 prosecutors in every district.
Wow.
Every district is getting 93 prosecutors to go after fraud. And they have 8,000 pending matters currently.
Oh, man.
So this is we're just barely getting started, right? With uncovering the fraud. It's kind of like the tip of the iceberg moment here. So it's very fascinating as we look at all these things going on. Whenever you get to the age of particularly a debt-based system like we have, where you cannot create an additional dollar in the Federal Reserve System without creating a corresponding debt that relates to that. And then what the Federal Reserve does is then they charge interest to repay that debt. But there's a qualification in there. The debt and the interest has to be repaid in the same money that it was borrowed in.
Yes.
So you can't use other assets. You can't use gold. You can't use silver. You can't use anything else. So if the government borrows $100 and has to pay back, say, $105, where does it get the extra $5 of currency? Well, it has to go borrow it again right? In order to pay the 105 back. So what you have is you have this system that just elevates in debt levels. And unless there's a reset, the whole thing comes crumbling down. We have been for the last, since 71, when we did a reset and went off the gold standard, we've been dealing with this situation where there's been no reset in over 50 years. That is the longest period we've ever gone without a reset, because we had one in 1933, we had one in 45 with Bretton Woods, and we had one in 71.
Good point.
That's allowed everything to build to epic levels in terms of debt level, and it's all got to be handled. It all has to be taken care of. So people should be paying attention when the president puts out a message that's a video from 1929, showing the people all walking down the street like everything's happy and normal. Even in the beginning, when it first starts kind of crumbling, you still think, well, it'll be okay. It'll be all right. Until you're standing in the soup line, right? Or the bread line, because you don't even have food. This is a message for everybody to be prepared. You know, for years, and I know you've said this, John, I've heard you on your programs, have food, have water, have basic necessities stockpiled, you know.
Pray, plan, and prepare.
A little bit. Yeah, exactly. And why? Because you don't shift financial systems, and we're moving to something new, but you don't do that without turbulence.
Absolutely.
It's always going to be bumpy to some degree. It's not going to be perfectly smooth. Now, I think they're trying to make it as smooth as can be with conditions, okay? But it's still going to be difficult. The Trump administration has done everything they can over the last year to really juice our economy, bring in trillions of investment from overseas, do all these things to really try to put some heat, some fire behind this economy. Why? Because that allows you to recover faster from the flip. Doesn't mean that it's not bumpy, but you can get through it much more quickly if you've got a raging economy going in the background. So I think that we're going to see that going forward as we get to this point of switch. Now, on the 26th of March, the Treasury put out a message on their website saying that on the 4th of July, that there would be new currency, that it would feature Donald Trump's signature and Scott Bessent's signature. And that the $100 bill could potentially come as early as June. Okay.
Wow.
If you read through the entirety of the statement that they made,
I read it.
they talked about the U.S. dollar, the U.S. economy, and the U.S. financial system, but nowhere in that document were the words Federal Reserve. Nowhere.
Finally.
So this is fascinating what we're watching, and we get a new Fed chairman on the 15th of May.
Central casting.
When Kevin Warsh is going to step in. Yeah.
From David Nino Rodriguez on Telegram, FBI Director Kash Patel just confirmed that they are folding the stolen election into the entire grand conspiracy case. Promises that arrests are coming very soon. We've got all the evidence. I can announce on your show that we've got all the information we need. We're working with our prosecutors at the DOJ under AG Todd Blanche, and we are going to be making arrests. And it's coming, and I promise, it's coming soon. Maria Bartiromo then followed up and asked if the FBI has evidence of the rigged and stolen election, to which Kash responded, yes. So what we are doing is folding that into our entire conspiracy case. But we have the information that backs President Trump's claim of the stolen election, but I would say stay tuned this week. You might see a thing or two. Notice he specifically said our entire conspiracy case. Seems like we are definitely getting close. This is from White Hats on Telegram. Iran nuclear operation, USA, Delta Force, World War III. Let's just say, behind the scenes, White Hats have already initiated covert Delta Force operations deep inside Iran nuclear facilities that the mainstream media will never show you. These operations have been running silently for the past 18 months. What you are watching on the surface is stage 6 levels below what CNN and Fox will ever tell you. Iran thought they had the upper hand. They were wrong. White Hat military intelligence had already mapped every single underground nuclear facility, every tunnel, every scientist, every handler. Why do you think Trump put specific people in specific positions? The deep state cabal needed World War III to happen. They needed the distraction. They needed the chaos to cover the Epstein files, the arrest, the exposure. But here's what they didn't count on. Delta Force operating with the United States Space Force and superintelligence technology that can see through walls, underground, through time and space. The same technology Tesla discovered. The same technology Trump's uncle John Trump studied and the military has been using in classified operations since the 1940s. The World War III narrative is controlled demolition of the deep state agenda. What looks like war is the operation. Iran leadership is currently in panic mode. Certain generals have already been flipped. White hats inside Iran military are communicating. Nothing can stop what is coming. The nuclear threat is being dismantled from the inside out. While the media sells you fear, you're watching 6th generation warfare in real time. Most people will never understand they are inside the operation. Somewhere, Trump, Cash, Ezra are watching every move. The clock is ticking. It had to be this way. Military is the only way. White hats Q on Telegram.
I'm very upbeat, guys. I am very upbeat. I am hopeful and praying that the news that we're hearing is accurate. And I'll start right there. Number of bond contacts have been keeping me somewhat abreast of their meetings throughout the week. They're saying ecstatic. Some of the groups that had not heard anything have had some ecstatic. I just hope they're right. Rumors running around there from a few of my bond contacts. Now, what's going to be real, what's going to be not, we'll find out next week. I know we're tired of hearing next week. But they're reporting that a couple of them, the paymaster, the attorneys handling the bond redemption for some of the groups, have been funded and they're allowed to distribute next week. That's the rumor. I'm going to treat it as total rumor until somebody I personally know at a real shake their hand, have sat over dinner with them and eaten, friends that have their bond money from their paymasters or their attorneys and group attorneys in their account spendable. That's when I'm going to lose it and come out and do a really fun podcast. Is that the rumor? The rumors are just running nuts from the bond side right now. That money in accounts for the leaders of the groups with supposedly very specific instructions on that distribution next week.
EBS, Emergency Broadcast System, on Telegram. And they have a date for what they think is the date of the Emergency Broadcast System. Whenever you see a date, remember, this is an event-driven war. We cannot ever really know the dates. The Emergency Broadcast System will introduce martial law until fair and transparent elections can be held. Now, that's part of NESARA. You can see to the right, I highlighted that part. Establishes new presidential and congressional elections. So all the House and then Senate people will get new elections within 120 days after NESARA's announcement. 3 days of darkness, planned cyber attacks on everything, internet down, communications cut, power grid possibly shut off. Hopefully we don't lose power, especially when we're coming up on summer and it's getting warmer. 10 days of disclosure, a single website, one web channel, broadcasting the truth 8 hours a day in a loop. The military will ensure that the masses get the food they need. Well, don't count on that. Just remember to stock your pantry and, get necessities, medications, just keep things on hand that you think you might need. Okay, so here is John Michael Chambers with Ricardo Bossi, and they are talking about the big event that might possibly trigger the EBS to go off, martial law, 10 days of darkness, and how to prepare for that.
The big crash is closer than you may think. Trump will be universally blamed. Financial systems will implode. People will lose money. Corporations will go out of business. Certain cities, as Juan O'Savin has indicated, due to the bond debacle, will collapse. And some people may not get paid in pensions and perhaps other things. Stocks, investments, and pensions may be wiped out, varying degrees. Living standards for a period of time may plummet. Supply infrastructure will break down. Digital IDs, CBCs, UBI, and rationing will be implemented shortly after a brutal period of inactivity. Now, there's some potential bad that I just laid out. We're going to go into potential good that follows that. But I'd like you to weigh in on what I just commented upon, especially coming off the heels of a 1929 clear calm from President Trump by publishing that. That coupled with what I just said, what's your feedback on those subjects?
Yeah, that's an interesting summary that you've put into the bad category. I can actually identify most of that as pretty good. And people look at me and go, "You heartless bastard." No, not at all. Point number one, we've been telling people for years, prepare. And preparation is it's just insurance. Am I concerned if my car's damaged or written off in an accident? No, why? Because it's insured. If it wasn't insured, I'd be driving like a turtle to ensure safety. But I can live my life because the car's insured. As a metaphor, so to speak, right? Okay, so if you're prepared, now this comes down to self-reliance. Whose job is it to make sure that you've got money in the bank or you've got wealth? Yours. Whose job is it to have food in the pantry? Yours. Whose job is it to keep you healthy? Yours. But unfortunately, the whole world on this simple concept of self-reliance is let's trust government. Government will provide everything. No, just no. Now, let's get to somewhere that's really going to hurt people and say, well, how can you say that? Well, how about this? Your stocks and bonds will be worth nothing. That's not fair. That's my money. I worked for it. I invested it. Okay. Let's say that the underlying business model that has provided you a very comfortable return on your investment over many years and shipping it overseas. And that's the business model that has pumped up your portfolio. I think there's a term called proceeds of crime. You don't get to keep it. So if your stocks portfolio is predicated on a bunch of companies controlled by BlackRock, etc., and their corrupt practices produce proceeds of crime, then that money ain't yours anyway. It's corrupted money. It's blood money. So if it disappears, tough. Take it up with your corporation. Don't take it up with the sheriff that cleaned out the town, that cleaned out the crooked mine owner, the crooked brothel owner, the crooked pub owner. No. So you will lose money because guess what? It's proceeds of crime. Another example, the Masonic filth that runs most of the planet, certainly runs all of Australia. These people have houses and wealth and beyond your imagination. They're going to lose it all. They will lose it all. Proceeds of crime. Very simple. Oh, but you can't do that. Yeah, you can. Yes, you bloody can. And that's what's going to happen. And on top of that, excuse me, so pick a high-ranking member of the judiciary who's on the bench, can't be challenged. Well, guess what, mate? Every cent you've earned, proceeds of crime. So you, your bride, and your children will be going down to the local social security office or whatever you call it in your country, and you'll be drawing a stipend like everybody else because your properties are now gone. Now, what happens when all these properties come on the market? The price of the local housing is going to drop like a stone. Now, the overpriced ones, we've been saying this for years, nothing new. The hopelessly overpriced properties, because that's the way they do it. They pump up the prices so they can claim whatever they can claim on it. They'll drop simply because the real value will now be paramount. The housing prices that are not overly inflated, they won't drop by much. They'll hold their value. It's just the inflated prices of real estate, for example, that will crash. Are people going to be out of food? Yep. We've been warning people about that too. For goodness sake, what you've got to do, ladies and gentlemen, and we've said this for years, and on the Green Room, my weekly show to the A1 people in Australia, we'll put up a little slide that says, here's how you prepare. This is the stuff you need in your cupboard. You need this, that, and the other. Put it in there, and we put it up. Do that. And then we also add, for goodness sake, put some aside for your idiot neighbour who isn't ready, and he comes to your door holding his 3 kids in his hand saying, do you have some milk so I can feed my family? So, of course, have some for them as well to look after your immediate neighbourhood. Now, it is, and we also say this, it is not your job to save the country. You don't have to empty your pantry and give everything to the idiot next door. No. You'll just give him what you can afford to give him because you've got to look after your family. And here's again what we've been saying, and I don't mean to harp on this, but it's the story of Nehemiah out of the Bible. The Persians threw out the Babylonians. The Babylonian exile is finished. The walls surrounding Jerusalem had been destroyed, and the walls in the old days protected the city. Without walls, the cities were vulnerable. The walls had been destroyed for decades. And Nehemiah, who was I think a cupbearer, whatever that means, for Artaxerxes, I think if my memory, I think it's Artaxerxes. He went to Artaxerxes and said, I think God's telling me I've got to go repairs the walls to Jerusalem. So he gave him the resources to go in. Nehemiah had a look at Jerusalem, wandered around at night in secret to check the walls out, and then he saw the state of affairs, because they were under threat of attack all the time. He gathered everyone together and said, repair the wall, the city wall, that is immediately in front or beside your house. That's all you have to worry about. Because every man knows that he will build a wall for his children that is impenetrable. And if you're building a wall for somebody else, eventually you're going to be tired and go, oh, yeah, okay, look, how about you look after your family? I'll look after mine. And that was a theory. So I think it was 52 days, because every family was looking after the wall in front of or in adjacent to their own home. Jerusalem had the walls back up again and could protect themselves against their adversaries. And as they repaired the walls, they had a shovel in one hand and their weapon in the other, because they were under attack. So these were tough times. So the same principle operates here and now. Look after yourself, look after those either side of you, but that's about it, because some Masonic piece of filth hasn't got enough milk in his fridge. That's his problem to solve. Now, I don't mean to sound brutal, but I'm going to tell you, it's going to be very easy to say no to any neighbours that come to me and say, can you give us some stuff? No, not happening. Not happening. We'll give you a little bit, but we've got enough for our family. Now, how long is it going to last? Is it going to last? Is it going to happen? Yes, it will. But this is a good thing, because the entire edifice of our economy is corrupted. There is nothing about the global economy that is the least bit laudable. Nothing. Above a certain level. And this applies in your town, in your state, in your country, and around the world. Above a certain level, you will not be allowed to succeed unless you sell your soul. And I mean that literally, not metaphorically. You can run the local corner store and have a comfortable living, but if you try to franchise that and get it out there and make a gazillion bucks, very quickly you'll meet the people who really run the economy. It is all proceeds of crime. The entire edifice must come down. It must crash. It will hurt. That's I'm not saying that with any sense of joy. It's just a necessity. It is just a necessity. Mm-hmm. There will be pain. Nobody, me and John included, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to come out of this and go, oh my God, I didn't see that coming. We didn't see it all coming. All of us are going to get hurt one way or another. And it might be a physical shock, like you've lost your years of investment, or just the moral wound of the depravity of the people when some of the truly gruesome stuff comes out, and you're nearly sick to your stomach that people could do that to other people. And so in terms of just the depression and the food queues and the rest of it, yeah, buckle up. Buckle up. We've said it again and again and again and again. And if you didn't hear it, well, I'm sorry. But we have shouted this from the rooftops for a long time. A1's been specifically working very hard on this everywhere we go. You can only do your best. And when it all comes down, you're going to pay the price for not paying attention.
Here is another post from Emergency Broadcast System on Telegram. And It says, important update confirmed. NESARA announcement is imminent. Now, I don't think NESARA will be announced until after the EBS. Until after all the stuff comes out. That's just my opinion. This is an event-driven war, and that makes sense to me. As far as events, one thing has to preclude another. So I think we have to have the lockdown, and people need to be shown the evidence and the TV documentaries and everything first, and then NESARA announced officially, and all the other things that come after that. This marks the official start of the new system and the end of the old world structure. EBS will follow globally, all screens, all channels, one broadcast. Full disclosure will be shown in sequenced documentaries to awaken the masses. A temporary global lockdown window is being prepared to secure the broadcast phase. During this period, truth will be delivered without interruption. QFS is already active in the background. Global trust funds are seized. Cabal assets have been moved into quantum ledgers for return to the people. Central banks have been migrated. ISO 20022 is live. All transactions are traceable. Corruption has no place to hide. This is the final transition stage. The old market structure cannot survive what comes next. Stay calm, stay alert. Everything is about to change. April 17th, John. 19 Amish families walked into my wife's bank and withdrew every dollar they had in cash without saying a word. She's been a teller for 23 years and had never seen anything like it. But this didn't start that day. It started about 6 months ago. The Amish in our area began acting differently. Stopped selling firewood, started buying large amounts of building materials, closed schools early, stopped selling goods to outsiders, quietly pulled back from the outside world. Important, Amish communities don't usually coordinate like this. Each family makes its own decisions, but this time they were all moving in the same direction, quietly without panic. The next day, I went to my neighbor, Jacob Byler, for the first time in 8 years. He opened up. He told me that 6 months ago, their bishop received a package from a man in Montana. Inside was a detailed manual about living without electricity, without the system, completely self-reliant. The man had lived like that for 10 years and documented everything. He believed most people wouldn't believe what's coming. Those not dependent on the system will make it through, and that the Amish should share this knowledge while there's still time. The bishop shared it with every family one by one over 4 months. That's why they changed everything and why they pulled their money out of the banks. Jacob gave me a shorter version, a video from the same man. My wife and I watched it. The next morning, we withdrew all our money, started preparing immediately. I scrapped my $4,200 generator. It wouldn't actually help. I realized even our stored food wasn't practical. My kids think I've lost my mind, but I've never been more certain. When an entire Amish community, people who don't panic, don't rush, and don't follow trends, quietly takes action like this, something serious is happening. And there's a passage from Proverbs 27:12. The prudent see danger and take refuge, but the simple keep going and pay the penalty. Interesting story. Never thought about what the Amish are up to. And they have their own way of finding out things. So personally, I don't think it's going to be that bad because I have a lot of faith that the White Hats have done as much as they can to prepare for the reset. But it's always good to be over-prepared. This is from a Telegram channel called Tribunals and Executions, and it's from today, April 18th. Former IRS Special Agent Joseph Bannister explains why he hasn't paid taxes since 1998, alleging that the IRS has been engaged in fraud for decades and needs to be investigated. So many of us are starting to learn that the income tax is unconstitutional. And as part of NESARA, we should see some changes. And we've heard that Trump is suggesting there won't be any more income taxes. And I really believe that. So that's good news. But here is the video clip of this IRS special agent, Joseph Bannister.
You went to trial. You won that trial. Are you worried you'll be prosecuted again?
No, actually, there were two criminal investigations against me over the years. One from 2001 to 2004, and then another one in 2010. And all the while, not filing a tax return, and not out of some sense of civil disobedience. Of course, my investigation indicated that I didn't have a filing requirement. I confronted my IRS supervisors about the evidence that I gathered, and they told me to hit the road, to leave and not discuss any of my questions. So all these years I've had to go with what I knew to be true as a certified public accountant and for my own life. And the fact is, the same fact pattern would fit with most Americans, although I don't tell people what to do. But for myself, since I was a link in the chain of putting people in prison over the income tax, I felt that I had to absolutely speak up about it. The IRS didn't want to talk about it. And so that's basically how the last 26 years have gone for me.
You don't have to identify them, but I'm curious. I mean, when you are in a work setting, you have coworkers, you have colleagues, you often make friends with people that you're around in an office environment. Do you ever still communicate with people who work at the IRS? And if so, what are those communications like?
They don't really understand the issue. They either dodge it or they just have no clue that it's even going on. They just want to speak, IRS speak. And so I have to, I remember how to speak that way. So I basically have to just, deal with people that don't realize what they're doing is illegal. The IRS has to literally lie to their own computer systems to achieve assessments. I've coined the term the 1040A scam. And I certainly wish, Congressman, you were still in Congress, or you still can get into the Attorney General's chair, because you would absolutely find computer fraud that the IRS is engaged in on a daily basis for decades. And it needs to be investigated and prosecuted. It's absolutely illegal. And that's why I didn't want to go along with it any longer.
Trump ends tax on Social Security. America's seniors finally keep what they earned. There should never have been tax on Social Security. I mean, you can't, it's like double taxation. Eventually, I think we're going to have no income tax, period. So we'll see what happens. And it is part of NASARA, so. Okay, this is a post from Bioclandestine on Telegram, and it's regarding Iran and also uranium, that the uranium dust, that nuclear dust that they are collecting. So he says, Trump's blockade worked. Iran felt the squeeze, wisely surrendered, agreed to help Trump, U.S. military demine, and to not sabotage the Strait of Hormuz. Then Trump told Israel they are prohibited from bombing Lebanon. Now, I think they might be still bombing Lebanon. I don't know. They're crazy. Stock markets surging, oil prices falling. Turns out Trump knew exactly what he was doing, and every single anti-Trump narrative just went up in flames. Are you not entertained? And he says, take notice of who is quiet right now. Go look at the pages of Alex Jones, Dave Smith, Candace Owens, Ian Carroll, Megyn Kelly, Mike Flynn. The rest of the loudmouth traders, what do you notice? Most of them haven't even posted, and all of them are silent about the news. Trump not only secured the Strait of Hormuz, he told Israel to stand down and that they are prohibited from bombing Lebanon. The whole Trump is owned by the Jews narrative just went up in flames. This is a psyop to pull a lot of the Democrats to a new party. And because there's not going to be, their party isn't going to exist anymore. And eventually it'll be, there won't be parties. But again, this is a psyop to steer people in the right direction and get them off of the whole socialist, TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, and give them a place to go. The Dems now find themselves in an extremely disadvantageous position. Gas prices are going down. The stock market is recovering. Global energy trade now runs through now runs through the US, and Trump is going to get all the credit, positive optics heading into the midterms. And there was no forever war, and Trump proved that he is a far superior commander-in-chief than any of his predecessors. Trump proved he's not like the corrupt presidents of the past. And that's because he was handpicked by the White Hats. And, again, this is an operation, military operation. And a lot of what Trump does is scripted out, I believe. Trump proved that he knows what he's doing, and all the critics have no leg to stand on. Now the Dems are staring down the barrel. Trump is headed into the midterms with a full head of steam, and anti-Trump narratives busted. Maximum positive optics, public support, combined with his promise to secure elections with voter ID, the Dems are in trouble. And again, going back to Nisara in there, it says that elections have to be secure. So this is something that has to happen. And regarding the nuclear dust, here's the post from President Trump. The USA will get all nuclear dust created by our great B-2 bombers. No money will exchange hands in any way, shape, or form. This deal is in no way subject to Lebanon either, but the USA will separately work with Lebanon and deal with the Hezbollah situation in an appropriate manner. Israel hopefully will not be bombing Lebanon any longer. I don't trust that they won't do that. They are prohibited from doing so by the USA. Enough is enough. Thank you, President Donald J. Trump. So, regarding uranium, everyone has been asking what Iran has to do with draining the swamp and holding deep state U.S. politicians accountable. What if the single most damning piece of evidence against the deep state Obama administration was sitting underneath the rubble at Fordo? The uranium. And here's a reminder, through nuclear forensics, radioactive material can be traced to its origin, down to the exact site it was mined from, meaning that once Trump gets his hands on the uranium, he would be able to determine exactly who supplied Iran with uranium. Could be important. Remember the whole Uranium One scandal. And there was a whole operation with Hillary and, the 16-year plan. She was going to, they sold the uranium, I think illegally, to Russia. And then they were going to, I think they took some of it and they kept it, and they were going to blow up a U.S. city and blame it on Russia because they were going to trace the uranium back to Russia from that sale. That did not happen. But maybe some of it went to Iran. Maybe there was a secondary plan. So if we can get that nuclear dust and it can be traced forensically back to the Obama administration and the sale of Uranium One, possibly with Hillary, well, that's very traitorous. And that's just a piece of the evidence that shows this giant RICO case, collusion, conspiracy that's not a theory, it's real, to take over this country from within, to bring about a nuclear war. That's what they wanted, and that's why they built all those tunnels and bunkers and everything underground. But the White Hats, when Trump was elected in 2016, that put a stop to their plan. Edward Snowden on Telegram exposed $127 billion in gold discovered inside Iran vaults. Documents show Obama and Clinton moved it there through Swiss and Chinese banks. Explosive documents reveal $127 billion in gold reserves hidden in hardened underground vaults beneath Tehran, Isfahan, Shiraz, and Mashhad in Iran. This hoard never belonged to the Iranian regime. Globalist operators moved it there. From 2009 to 2016 under Barack Obama, Swiss banks served as main transit hubs while Chinese institutions completed the legs. Shell companies like those in Clinton Foundation operations provided the cover. The timeline confirms the plot. Obama took office in 2009 and flows accelerated. By 2010, Iran shifted to physical gold. Volume exploded from 2012 to 2015 during JCPOA talks. Officially, the administration claimed to isolate Iran. Privately, the networks routed hundreds of tons through Zurich and Chinese desks into IRGC facilities. Vaults sit next to nuclear and missile sites. Isfahan combines uranium plants with gold storage. The chambers are deep underground, resistant to strikes and EMPs, guarded by Quds Force. Hidden reserves give the mullahs power beyond official figures. At April 2026, gold prices near $4,800 per ounce. This reflects the Obama-era transfers. The gold funds proxies and programs, terrorist programs, without traceable revenue. Clinton's Swiss links are clear, with intermediaries tied to foundation donors. Chinese banks integrated it to challenge dollar dominance. This was a globalist plan to weaken America, creating deniable war chests in enemy states. President Trump saw the threat in his first term, applying maximum pressure, returning in 2025 and escalating in 2026. The gold-backed Iranian defiance. February strikes left deep vaults untouched, with reinforcements ongoing. The pattern mirrors moves empowering Russia and China. Obama officials enabled the transfers. The horde finances Hezbollah, Hamas, and Houthis attacking U.S. interests in 2025 and 2026. American families bear higher costs and service member sacrifices. The Trump team targets the chain with sanctions and intelligence for neutralization. This $127 billion fortress proves the 2009 to 2016 8-year betrayal, advancing a borderless order. President Trump directs full exposure. The gold will no longer fund wars against America, but end the networks. The battle for these chambers decides globalist betrayal or American strength. Trump ensures victory. In my opinion, I think that's why we have a lot of troops over there and more coming, because there's a lot to clean up. I think maybe transferring that gold or clearing out tunnels underground, child trafficking, and not just in Iran. I mean, those tunnels go to Israel and places like that.
All right. Schumann resonance. A couple nights ago, spiked massively. All right. And the next day, there were earthquakes, and we felt them here. Right. The house wasn't shaking, and we weren't making a shake. Earthquakes were making a shake. So I called out once I saw the, if you see that flower arrangement that's a little bit old now. So that flower arrangement was going, and I could see the ceiling doing this. And I got up out of my chair and I was like, Tracy, time to get out. And she was like, up. Before I could make it into the living room, she was already up from downstairs, and she was ready to go, and then it stopped. So that was a good thing. But it was pretty significant. We're seeing an uptick. We're seeing earthquake swarms like we saw yesterday in an area of Nevada, and I'm going to show you some of that. We're going to have some of the stuff on that is basically going to, we have to be aware of this stuff. Have to be heads up. I've been predicting this stuff is going to really kick in this year. Hopefully not, but it's better to be aware and ready than just blow it off and think that everything's going to just be fine, right? Schumann resonance, like you see here, that's incredible. So normally it's up around here. It spiked massively on the 13th or the 12th. I think it was the 12th. Yep, it's the 12th. And the next day, the 13th, which is yesterday, that's when we had the rock and roll, right? So definitely something we need to be aware of right now. Now, I'm going to show you a picture. Tracy took this before the earthquake, and we had a big snow here. We're making up for all of the snow that we didn't get. So we're getting, mid-March, because it can happen here. I've seen it, snow here in May. I've seen it snow here in June. But a good thing, we're getting much needed snow. And as you guys can see out the window, there's still a lot of it. So look at these icicles that Tracy. So this is on the second floor. Now all of those ice, I have a picture of it, but I don't have it loaded. But all of those icicles, when it started shaking, they came rocking down, right? Crazy times. You need to be heads up. Like I said, been saying this for all this year. And, I saw a vision of this home shaking pretty substantially. Was that it? I don't know, but I hope that was it. But these are going to be times where you need to have a plan, and my plan is to try and get out to the garage and open the garage door before it gets locked from all the shaking and the power going out. And we have lots of stuff up there for survival, water and survival food and all that kind of stuff. So I just pile it in and just earth-centric relationship. And every time we get this, we usually have an uptick in earthquake activity. So that big coronal hole that's caused earthquakes in the past, so it rotates around, then we get a little break, and it comes back again, and then we get a significant uptick in earthquakes. We're already getting an uptick in earthquakes, and there's a very great possibility that the juice from that is really going to make things get funky, right? So just be heads up. We just saw some serious activity here. I've been living on and off in this area for a long time, and I've never seen any earthquakes of that magnitude here. So, like I've said, things are going to start to uptick this year, right?
Possible timing. This is from Emergency Broadcast System on Telegram. Tomorrow on Julian calendar Easter, so that's not this calendar, the Julian calendar, the Vatican child trafficking empire will be broadcast live on the EBS for the entire world to see. White Hat Alliance confirms the full uncensored raids on the Ninth Circle satanic cult beneath the Vatican will air globally. You will see the tunnels, you will see the altars, you will see the children being rescued in real time. No regular media, only 8-hour documentaries in 77 languages exposing the Vatican. So I'm guessing this might be part of the 8-hour documentaries of disclosure to see that raid. And then from the Emergency Broadcast System again on Telegram, the Emergency Broadcast System EBS will begin on April 24th, possibly. My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless. We will receive the 7 presidential messages, the 7 trumpets on phones, mass arrests, martial law will be declared. So that's what we're looking for, is when Donald Trump posts, my fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. This post is from Captain Kyle Patriots on Telegram. Quantum financial system and how it's being set up before our eyes. Check this video out as he goes into depth showing you. This is something Captain has been explaining for a very long time through his podcasts and truck talks. It's really amazing to watch all of it play out and how Captain had that foresight so long ago. This man did an excellent job in this video showing y'all the debt clock and what's taking place behind the scenes. So here we go.
The U.S. debt clock just updated and it is showing something very different. It is now reflecting the USA Treasury reserves and refund per taxpayer over $80,000. And as you can see, it is counting up in real time. And if you hover over, let's just say the USA Treasury reserves, it'll actually give you a description of what it actually means. This is information that is running in real time, and they're pulling the information from the USA Treasury. So let me break it down for you super simple of what it means. The USA Treasury reserves is basically saying, if you add up all the real stuff that America owns, let's just say like land, gold, buildings, and resources, we're going to get that figure. That is the total value. Think of it like a gigantic piggy bank for the country. And if you hover over refund per taxpayer, you'll get the forfeited asset proceeds from the criminal money laundering and racketeering activities of the Federal Reserve banking syndicate. Over $83,000. That is wild. Refunds per taxpayer means if we were to split up that value, that is how much each taxpayer would get. Now, that doesn't mean that they're just going to be sending out checks tomorrow. This right here is a calculation. It is a reflection, a model. But what it does show in real time behind all of that debt is that there is actual value. And then it gets crazier. Income tax crossed out, corporate taxes crossed out, counting in real time a DeFi bankless future and a income tax-free future. Then it shows all of this hidden wealth, right? All of this gold, land, real estate, energy, all totaling up over $200 trillion in assets that are being tracked. Right now, the system runs on debt. Money is created and you pay it back with interest. What it is showing is a mirror, a reflection, a system backed by real stuff. Not debt, but ownership. On one side, you got the current system with high interest, taxes, debt, and it stays forever. On the other side, we have low interest, no income, and ownership by we, the people. Then it starts hinting at something even bigger. A shift away from the Federal Reserve System over and back to the U.S. Treasury. A new USA Treasury dollar, a dollar that is not backed by debt. It is actually backed by real world assets. Transparent, verifiable, and tied to actual value. Now here's the part that many people are missing because they think it's going to be going through the big banks when that's not going to be the case at all. It's actually going to be going through the credit unions. Think of credit unions like small community banks that is owned by you, not big, gigantic for-profit corporations. So instead of the profits going to a big bank establishment that has shareholders, it's actually going to go back to we, the people. It is like a blueprint, a shift from debt to assets, control to ownership, banks to the people. And this kind of system can only work with a new infrastructure, a compliant and regulated blockchain system that connects the banks and the credit unions. Put it in the comments if you know what blockchain system I'm talking about. Now, if you want to see the blueprints for yourself, make sure you go over to the usdebtclock.org, click on the secret window tab, and download the free book, The New Money Revolution. After you have read it, then come back and tell me, do you believe that this is real or are they trying to tell us something even deeper? But this is why it is so important to know what you hold. Let's go.
From Captain Kyle Patriots. Just in, U.S. to launch tariff refund system on 4/20. Per Reuters. President Trump will be giving back refunds out of the tariffs, will be giving a nice dividend to the people, will be reducing debt, and in the not too distant future, you will not have income tax to pay. So, of course, we can't follow dates because we know this is an event-driven war, but we know we're close. We're in the window. We have to be because we have a celebration coming up, and that's going to be the July 4th. And it's looking like some kind of World's Fair or something. Let me show you what they have planned for us. This is from Captain Kyle Patriots on Telegram. First Look Freedom 250 presents the Great American State Fair. All 56 states and territories, one massive World's Fair scale takeover. June 25th to July 10th, 2026. America's biggest celebration of freedom. Don't miss it. And here is a preview. This is from Bioclandestine on Telegram, and he's responding to a post from Donald Trump. Very interesting. Trump gives us more details on the underground facility beneath the White House. The Dems, via a radical DC judge, are attempting to prevent the construction of this militarily imperative project that is deeply important to our national security. Not exactly sure what's going on with this ballroom, but it seems like a little more than just standard TDS. The U.S. military are trying to make the White House as secure as possible, and the Dems are desperate to prevent that from happening for some reason. If the Dems are so confident they will win in 2028, wouldn't they want to have a nice, secure White House with new facilities? Why so much fuss over this project? Well, I'm guessing that they don't want the construction to uncover all of the ritual chambers, tunnels, satanic sites that they have underneath. And, they don't want the U.S. military building some sort of national security bunker underneath the White House because they want to target the White House. Because I think they know that they're not going to be winning in 2028. So if you didn't know this, the whole layout of the streets of Washington, D.C. was designed by a high-level Freemason, and it's filled with symbology like pentagrams and the Baphomet owl and so forth. So when Trump is building this ballroom, he is upsetting the Masonic lines of energy. And it's, there are still Freemasons that are judges, and they're still there. And they don't want that to happen. That's why I think the judge said you can build underground, but you can't build anything above ground. And they have a rule in DC even. It's some kind of law that you can't build so high. They have like very strict building regulations there. And I know it's because of the Freemasonry, all that symbology. They don't want it upset. They don't want to disturb the lines and everything they have. It's their occult, magic. So I think the White Hats may be bringing attention to that. This ballroom construction and then all of the controversy surrounding the ballroom. I think it's the White Hats bringing attention to all of the Freemasonry symbology in DC that needs to be broken up. And maybe that's why we're building other monuments and, changing things in DC. Just my opinion, but it seems to me that that's what's happening. The following is a small video, and it kind of goes into the history behind the design of all the streets in Washington, D.C. by this high-level Freemason and all this occult symbology that is wrapped up in that city. What we think we know. These all come from beforeitsnews.com. David Nino Rodriguez, Troy Brewer, I saw shape-shifting entities while rescuing children. And then we have 107, Michael Jaco, Sheila Holm, Intel Update, Elections, Bond Fraud, and Coming Arrests. Also from Before It's News. Stuart Swerdlow, David Nino Rodriguez, Pope's Secret Meetings with Obama Advisors. The Race for Alien Disclosure. I watched that. That's a good one. .com, 3 movies playing simultaneously. Panic, IRS Banking, Cartel Collapse, Military, The Only Way, Video. Sedition, Lies, Treason. Calls for arrest explode after 2016 plot exposed. It's time to arrest Barack Obama. And this is from Medea Greer, April 17th, 2026. And so this is regarding the Russia collusion hoax. Arrest Obama. Incontrovertible evidence links him to 2016 sedition plot. A political earthquake is shaking Washington after explosive claims reported by Newsmax suggesting that former President Barack Obama could face arrest over what critics describe as a seditious conspiracy tied to the 2016 election. The allegation is simple but explosive that senior figures at the highest levels of the Obama administration knowingly allowed or even directed a campaign to tie Donald Trump to the now discredited Russia collusion narrative. If true, supporters say the implications would be nothing short of historic. Well, some of us have already known about this, and the mainstream media doesn't seem to want to report on it, although it's the biggest story that I can think of right now. There are grand juries that are wrapping up, I believe, regarding the Russia collusion hoax, so we're going to see some arrests coming very soon. I've heard, from 107, John Brennan might be the first, but they're all tied up in this. And I mean, Barack Obama was just a puppet for the deep state, and the deep state was using him to take over our country and bring us into a new world order, a communist style new world order, and at the same time depopulating or culling the masses. That's treason at the highest level. Sorry, but people need to pay attention. This is not a right or left thing. The July 28th Oval Office meeting, at the center of the controversy is a July 28th meeting in the Oval Office. According to the claims discussed in the report, senior intelligence officials briefed President Obama about Hillary Clinton's alleged plan to link Donald Trump to Russia through collusion accusations. Among the figures reportedly involved in the broader situation, James Comey, John Brennan, he should be arrested first, I think, James Clapper, Susan Rice, Joe Biden. The allegation is that Obama was fully briefed on the plan and aware that accusations of Trump-Russia collusion would become a central narrative. That narrative would go on to dominate American politics for years. Yeah, the Democrats used it over and over again. It consumed America. The Russia collusion story dominated headlines. That's because the mainstream media, again, they're owned by the same people, the globalists, trying to take over this country that were puppeting Obama. And so they all worked in lockstep. It was a giant RICO situation. It's all connected. It's a real conspiracy. It's not a theory. It's real and bad, and we came very close to losing our country. And I think people need to wake up, and we need to start spreading the news about this more and more. It's not a Republican versus Democrat situation or Trump versus Democrat situation. He tried to take over this country for the globalists, and he's still at it, I'm sure. I mean, he bought a house in Northeast DC, and he has tunnels leading from the house into other tunnels in DC that probably lead to maglev trains that go everywhere. They were building this shadow government, and they were just going to use that government, bring it out into the open after they've culled the herd, as they say. Constitutional crisis, many say America is never fully understood. Commentators describing the situation say the scale of the alleged misconduct cannot be overstated. They argue that the United States experienced a constitutional crisis that many Americans still do not fully comprehend. So yeah, I mean, this plan to take over our country has been in the works for decades. I mean, if you read the Albert Pike letters about 3 world wars, I mean, these are Freemasons. You can go back in time and you can see with the banking taking over our government and making it a corporation, turning us into chattel, bringing in the income tax, laundering and stealing money from us, using us. I mean, all of it's connected. It's one giant conspiracy, one giant RICO case. So here's the video. And I'll put a link to this article in my description if you want to read the full article. But here's the video from Newsmax.
Every single American in their shoes. I hate to say this, but President Barack Obama, there is now incontrovertible evidence that he was the spearhead of a seditious conspiracy to subvert the will of the American people and overthrow the United States government back in 2016. We must, absolutely must, hold every one of these criminals accountable for the crimes that they committed. They are the most heinous crimes committed in American history. James Comey, John Brennan, Clapper, Rice, Biden was in the meeting in July 28th in the Oval Office. They briefed Barack Obama on Hillary Clinton's plan to, quote, tie Trump to Russia collusion lies. It consumed our national discourse for 5 years. It undermined a sitting duly elected president. It sabotaged administration. It framed a three-star general. It destroyed and ripped this country apart. We had a constitutional crisis, the likes of which I don't think any American can fully comprehend. It is atrocious, and every single one of them must be held accountable.
Yeah, and of course.
The impenetrable Faraday cage, Snowden, who has dedicated his life to exposing the truth, has transformed his living space into an impregnable Faraday cage. I'd wear a Faraday cage outfit if I were him. This makeshift fortress shields him from external static and non-static electric fields, ensuring his safety in the face of formidable adversaries. The authenticity of Snowden's claims. To substantiate his claims, Snowden provided Internet Chronicle with HARP documents sourced from the private email accounts of high-ranking officials, including admirals and Air Force brigadier generals. Sources within the intelligence community have independently verified the authenticity of these documents, confirming the horrifying implications for human dignity. Conspiracy unveiled. Snowden's testimony aligns with previous disclosures made by Nick Begich, the brother of a U.S. senator who in 2009 stated on Conspiracy Theory with Jesse Ventura that manipulating emotional states through HARP was disturbingly easy to achieve. It is a revelation that underscores the depth of the conspiracy. And just a side note, you know how they do beta tests all the time on these projects before they actually start using them. How many U.S. citizens or anybody else in the world did they test this on? I mean, were there people that just appeared insane because of this and lost everything? Was this, how many of those situations were caused by this? I'm sure they tested it on a lot of people. How scary is that? What a scary world we live in. HARP, cell towers, and trap wire. Sources familiar with discussions between the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, and the University of Alaska, a collaborator in HARP's operations, suggest that cell towers and trap wire may be part of this malevolent scheme. This adds yet another layer of complexity to the chilling narrative. Conclusion. Edward Snowden's explosive revelations about HARP have unraveled a global conspiracy that threatens the very fabric of our society. The facility, once seen as a scientific outpost, now stands exposed as a weapon of mass control and assassination. The implications of these revelations are profound, challenging our understanding of power, secrecy, and human dignity. As we navigate the uncertain waters of a world shaped by HARP's insidious influence, the question remains, what other secrets lie hidden beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered? The truth, it seems, is far stranger and more sinister than we could have ever imagined. This is like if you've ever watched the TV show Fringe, which I've watched a few times. There's a lot of weird stuff on, strange, off-the-wall stuff that now I'm starting to see maybe that stuff was real. Maybe they got that idea from something real.
What's up, folks? Welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I'm joined with Gene Decode. Always an interesting podcast with Gene. Every single time. People love these podcasts. I'm just kind of in awe of the people turning on Trump, specifically the podcasters, Candace, Alex, Megyn Kelly.
That was easy too. That's part of the movie. Candace, Tucker.
Do you explain that? Are they compromised, or are they part of it?
No, it's part of the movie. What they're going to do, and Margie Taylor Greene's part of this, to develop another party, because the Democrat Party is going to go away, and you need something for people to go to. So it's going to split MAGA because some people are unhappy, so they have a place to go. Then when
whoa. This is part of the Trump plan?
Yes, it's part of the plan.
What? Okay, I didn't see this coming. So
control the opposition. So now you set up another party. Then after the next presidential election comes in, they merge back together into one party, and everybody's backing the MAGA again. So it's all part of, it's for those that are unhappy, that can't understand what's going on with Iran and Israel and all of whatever, whatever they are upset about, whether it's what's going on within the United States, what's going on the Straits of Hormuz, whatever it is, they're upset. It gives them another place to go. And Candace is completely read in. She has got intel coming at her like freaking crazy. As far as
this is all theater.
Yes. As far as Alex Jones, he's a savant, selective. And so he has sources that give him intel to steer him in a certain way. He's not read in, but he's steered. And so they're steering him and giving Candace the intel and Tucker the intel. He's read in, not as high as Candace, but Candace is way read in. And so it's all part of the script of the movie. I love it.
Okay, so let me get this straight. You're telling me Candace, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly are all read in. They're part of the operation.
Yep.
Make it look like MAGA's divided, but it's all theater.
Yep. Add in Nick Fuentes in there too.
Okay, so I fell for it. I feel like an idiot now. This actually makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. Too many years of the military. I've seen this show before on the submarines, where the officers play one division against another, one department. I've seen this one before.
Wow. All right. So that kind of threw me for, I really was starting to believe. This gives me a different perspective. That's why I like having you on, Gene.
You're welcome. And you'll see it all happen. It'll all play out, and it's just like with Elon, where he and Elon had a big spat, and they separated, and Elon said he's in the Epstein files. Yeah, he is. Because Epstein hated him.
What did that achieve with Elon? I'm still trying. What did that theater achieve with Elon?
That was to get people, because Trump can't go and use the Epstein files. It's leverage for one thing against leaders all over the world and all kinds of other people too. Pretty much bankers, you name it. Most of the famous people in the world are in that list. Not like Trump either. And Elon, where they're mentioned because they're not liked. And, because he had Epstein arrested and, he testified and he had him thrown out of Mar-a-Lago and all his compounds. Not like that. You got most of these people in there because they went to Zorro Ranch and the island and New York, his place, like you saw Prince Andrew, all of that. So they are really deep in it. And so the red folder is what that he got to each certain leaders of the world is their script to follow based on, in some cases they have leverage over them. In some cases it's an actor. Here's your script. So, and if it's part of the alliance, like Putin, Xi, and Trump, it's, okay, when I do this, you'll do that. When we do this, you do that. And Modi, they're all four part of that, of the world alliance.
I mean, the way the way they all responded, I mean, Candace was on a vacation. She went back into the office and got on it immediately. Alex Jones now is really going full throttle, full retard on this. And it just looks like, I don't know, it looks like they took it very serious. Or you're saying this is an act?
Yeah, it's an act. They're good too, aren't they? Alex Jones is not an act. He's being played. He gets intel. They steer him. They know he's a selective savant who can't keep his mouth shut with intel at all. So he's given certain intel to get wide up and get all of it. So, yeah, that's what he does really well. You know?
So this is like the WWE. This is like what we're watching is behind the scenes. Look, here's your script. We're going to do this. And the whole objective is to do what? Further. Okay, so it looks like it's dividing MAGA, but why wouldn't they want MAGA stronger than ever right now?
You don't want that because it's going to naturally divide anyway. You've got to control the division.
Control the division.
Yep.
Okay, this makes sense.
If you've got a huge rock in this, it's going to split the river in half. You want to control how that rock splits the river in half. So you put a rock further upstream that'll split it before it gets to that other rock, and you're in control of how long that rock's there. Not
so the Democrats not having anywhere to go will join Candace, Alex, Tucker, right? I mean, is that what they want?
That's exactly it.
Wow. Okay. And then the objective would be to then funnel them into another right-wing party, or that would merge with MAGA?
Later on, come the next presidential elections in 2028. Yes. Exactly. And it all throws back in. Okay, now everything goes back into.
But I mean, it was pretty brutal what Trump said. They have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it, and everyone else knows it.
Yeah, I mean, Trump's the greatest troll on earth. You know, oh, Tucker's stupid, and he didn't even finish this, and he didn't go to college. He didn't finish college. You know, it's like, yeah, really good at trashing people. You know? And then they trash back, and it's a big, you know, it's just like like you said, championship wrestling. Okay, and now in the ring is the Hammer, and he's got the Don on the ropes. And Don is down. He's back up. It's like, I love this movie. It's hilarious.
Wow. Okay. So the only one that really, you're right. The one that really looks like they're taking this very personal is Alex. He's on a tirade now. He's going all in.
Yep. Because
so maybe he's not acting.
What's that?
So you're saying Alex is the one that actually took the bait?
Yeah. He's not read in. He's just being used as, a useful person that, can't keep his mouth shut, so you can't trust him with intel, so they give him what they want to steer him, get him upset and aim him like a missile in a certain direction.
Wow. I mean, this is a different perspective.
Yeah, we had people like that on the ship. If you said something, they'd spin up, and exactly how they'd spin up, and you'd use it. We called them a screen, something screen, so if you had a little situation in your division or department and you didn't want the command to be focused on you, you go to somebody else in another department that had a terrible mouth and no control over it and say something, and they'd spin all over the place and attract the attention, and like the nail be sticking up of everything else, and then the command would be looking over there, and you could fix your problem before it got noticed.
So like a controlled demolition.
Yes, exactly. Look over. It's just like when you got somebody on the ropes, you hit them with the right, so they're not looking at the left. Then you knock them out with the left.
Yeah. I mean, of course, this is why I can believe this, and of course, at such a high level with where we're at in the country right now, they would be using this type of theater or psychological warfare, right? This is what they would do.
Yes. I mean, everything you see is this way.
And then you'll have Democrats feeding